Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're here on a wonderful Friday afternoon as we have KT versus Nongshim going head-to-head for the first match of the day. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and this first one, definitely a little bit of a David versus Goliath to start us off today.
A little bit.
Yeah,
KT might not be in first place, but they are definitely contesting for the current title, best team in the LCK. And Nongshim is, well, they're not 10th. That's a win.
That's good.
That's good enough.
They were, I think they were 10th in spring, weren't they?
Yeah.
By the end of it all.
Yeah.
So at least now having a little bit better, right? This team that came up from Challengers, and they had a rough time of it in spring, but they were giving it their all. They did not let go. They stayed positive, and they're still playing as well as they possibly can, getting better every day. But they are up against KT. We're going to take a look at the standings here. As you see, nearly mirrored, as Nongshim, they have played the one less match than KT. But as you mentioned, KT, they're not in first place, but they are certainly called by a lot of people, including me personally. I think that KT right now is the strongest team in the LCK.
And given that, they faced Genji very early on as well, and obviously that match had its own things going on. Would not be surprised to see KT take it the next time those two teams face off, as the roller coaster is going up and up and up. This is some painful memories, I gotta imagine.
Yeah. And it is the longest game win streak that they've had since that time. So they're looking to potentially break it. They had, as you can see, 10 wins in a row. That time around, they are currently on a 10-game win streak. If they win game number 1 against Nongshim, they will beat the franchise, the organization record, if you will. So that is pretty exciting today.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, man.
The contrast.
Yeah, I am going to make a bet that Nongshim might win maybe one individual match outside of in the next 3 series they play, but even that is going to be a tough ask. KT, T1, Hanwha Life. It gets easier, kind of, but the fact of the matter is, even with Jiwoo, is that this roster is just lacking in a lot of ways. Not even having, say, a team like Kwangdong's strong early game really just feels like, even if everything aligns, the early game, the drafts, the team often is not able to bring it home. And against KT, you're not going to get a whole lot of opportunities.
This is pretty cool, actually. Cuz and aiming on the first day, or on the same day rather, have a potential to hit a big milestone together. As Cuz is on the verge of 1,000, the 5th jungler to do so in the LCK, as aiming is looking to be number 6 here on the 80 carry list of 1,500 kills. Could happen, but 15 kills in 2 games would be difficult. If we do go 3 games, could maybe see it. As we're going to take a closer look here at Cuz, who has had quite the illustrious career.
And Cuz really maintaining a form of consistency that I think we have not really seen from him for a really long time, being able to, at the moment, look like the best jungler in the LCK. Every match he's doing well. He's been able to also avoid something that plagued him particularly last year and even somewhat in spring, of having games where he feels invisible. This time around, not happening, having big impact either in team fights or before that, without a really any sign of slowing down, as KT they'll be feeling good here today. Some stifled grin there from Keen as he gets ready to play the man, the myth, the legend, Dun Dun.
Oh boy. What a matchup.
I got my hopes up for that one. As long as Keen emotes early on. That's all that I'm asking for.
Yeah, he might do that, but then he might also just pummel his opponent into the ground. At least that is the expectation.
I don't want to talk about that part of the matchup, Valdez.
But hopefully they get to have a little bit of fun before that does happen. As this is the jungle's king, the jungle's god, the jungle's president, Cuz. And yeah, I mean, in a way, he has been around for a very long time, and he is, again, quite the illustrious jungler. Has been through many metas with us here in Korea. As now we're taking a look at Nongshim. As you mentioned, Jiwoo in the lineup has been, I think, slightly better, but it hasn't been a big enough impact to really change the course of this team right now.
I think he's been great, but it also has changed exactly zero about how Nongshim look as a team. Also, Fiesta being back had a great Azir game, and then outside of that has just been pretty similar. Not really any big switch up between him and Quad. And this team, they're the underdogs. They're not expected to take even a single match here today. But what we do know is that they'll have some fun while doing it. Definitely a team that is high up on the... oh boy, yeah, there we go. So,
okay. So Dindin is doing more damage per gold.
No, his damage percent is high, which is really, really bad. But
also his damage per gold.
Yeah, because he's not getting any gold. Like, he's not getting anything,
Oh,
man.
no. Yeah.
I'm pleasantly surprised at how high his DPM is. But yeah, no, Dindin is a player that I hold dear to my heart, but it's not really for gameplay-related reasons. It's just because he's a fun guy.
Yeah.
And against Keen, that's not going to be enough. We have seen Keen dispatch of effectively every single top laner that has stood before him.
Yeah, he's on top right now. That's for sure. And, you know, you look at his damage numbers, they don't really tell the story,
they don't.
Right? Like, I think a lot of times he's playing stuff like Malphite, where he's getting game-breaking engages and turning the tide of team fights compared to, you know, maybe some other top laners that are playing Cassante a little bit more. He's not really playing that pick. Also, KT gets ahead very early, so the team doesn't really have anything to fight because their opponents are just kind of cowering in their bases, stuff like that. So take the stats with a grain of salt and believe when we tell you that Keen is certainly on top right now. We'll be curious to see what happens here in the pick ban, because there has been a lot of changes here on 13-12. Some teams have adhered to those changes. Other teams have tried to totally ignore them. What do you think is going to happen today, Chronicler?
For all their faults, I do think Nongshim generally have a pretty decent read. I don't think they're at the forefront of the meta by any means, as Valdez looks at me very with a lot of skepticism.
Yeah.
I think they're creative. They're willing to go for picks that might not necessarily be at the forefront, and I'm expecting them to have an okay read, also based on what the Challenger team have shown. There is a lot of overlap in the coaching staff. Will that be enough? Well, you know, Ivern hasn't lost yet, so maybe maybe the tree can grant a miracle here for Nongshim. Even a single game win, I think, would be huge for this team.
Yeah, it absolutely would be. And if you want to put a stop to KT's train that they are on right now, the train tracks, as Tristana going to be banned, it looks like KT does not want to play against any Ivern shenanigans. Azir also taken off the cards here because it is BDD.
I was about to say, like, the Tristana and LeBlanc, really a clear signal, if you needed one, because, again, as you point out, it's BDD. So you don't really need a signal that they're looking to just pick up the Azir early, but it will be guaranteed. Milio, unlike Yuumi, still at the forefront of the meta, even despite the nerfs that have gone his way. Fortunately, Hanwha has shown us what happened if you do pick Zeri Yuumi, and the result was a collective experience of joy. Don't do it at all.
Yeah.
As the Xayah is gonna get taken away here. That's a very interesting ban here for Nongshim. We'll see what their aims for that one are, as the Annie is up, something that KT had on very high priority in previous patches, and it looks like that is not going to change here.
Yeah, looking likely. Although we do know that BDD can play a whole sort of different champions. We've seen his TF, his Talia, his Azir, obviously. But Annie is just too good. They're going to pick it up for him. And given the fact that we do have the Tristana band, I would assume that we will see a little bit less priority on the Ivern, even though it is quite a strong pick. It kind of relies on going with double AD carry to really get the biggest, you know, punch out of that one. So just going to go for the Vi, which is also very strong in the jungle and is available.
And I like the Varus. I think Jiwoo is quite good at the champion, and it is one of the picks that you can pick pretty reliably blind. Has a very strong laning phase, and with the new build that we've seen come up, looks a lot stronger. Power curve feels a lot smoother. Your shove obviously is still great, and you chew through tanks in a very, very tough to deal with manner as KT. Yeah, this is looking like a great topside for them, because this Viego has been amazing. Annie Viego has been a often seen combo because of the ability to see target, kill target, start the reset train, and then kind of go from there. It would be very KT to now pick up a top side, maybe pick up something like a Renekton here for Keen. Has been a pick that has been incredible, but no, it's going to be the priority Kai'Sa to come through for aiming here instead.
Yeah, Kai'Sa very strong right now. We talked a bit on the desk yesterday about all of its strengths and weaknesses. Actually, that was a couple of days ago in the pre-show. Just very, very strong. It can hit its spikes extremely fast with a nice hybrid build that generally they do go for. The Ahri is the pick here for Fiesta up against the Annie, as now we will absolutely train our eyes onto the top lane, as it's tops and supports that have not been selected.
And Nautilus really rising in priority. I wonder if KT is willing to ban it away, because otherwise I think Nongshim just slam it here on R4. Works really well with the rest of the team. Denies it as well, because obviously Lahens is a great Nautilus, and the pick is really strong when combined with the Kai'Sa for ease of setup. KT though, right now having a very well-rounded comp, I think. Just looking to dive onto the mini backline. And for Nongshim, the same, and with the Nautilus ban here instead, I'm wondering if Peter wants to pick up something crazy, and if instead they're gonna try and look in something like a Cassante here for Dundun, and then go from there.
Yeah, could be the answer. Try to get a strong blind pick top, and then take a look at what KT wants to play on the bottom side. Kai'Sa Nautilus very strong. Seems like they don't want to pick it themselves, as you mentioned, so that's taken off, as Poppy has been a big answer nowadays to all of the aggression that we're seeing in pretty much every lane, and that one will also be taken away. So what is the choice here? Will we be holding blind pick, or counter pick rather, for Dundun? And yes, we will, as Rel has been ignored and it will be selected.
Well, actually, it's not a bad Renata angle here for either side. I'm wondering if we're going to see KT maybe picking up. They have picked it before. Laning phase, obviously, a little bit rough, but the look at both these compositions is short-range dive. Now, KT with the Jax get themselves a lot of additional power in the 1-3-1 or the 1-4, as it is going to be kind of letting go of lane and instead just picking for the engage. Lahens loves going outside of the beaten path. And now, what will Dundun do? Because I think the AP variant of Jax actually hasn't been nerfed as much. I'm not going to get excited until I actually see anything locked in, because this man is a menace. But you have two options. Either you go for a tank or something that can dive, and you try to match the rest of your team comp, or you try and go into a skill matchup. Now, going into a skill matchup into Keen's Jax, I think is ill-advised. So I like the Gragas. Even though the sustain that he has did get nerfed on the patch, his Q also did get diminished, and considering it's into Jax, will be the AP Gragas, who I think will not suffer quite as much as the tank variety, and will be able to throw out a few more Qs, so hopefully that's going to be enough. And yeah, both these compositions kind of boil down to whoever gets the jump on the other team is going to be feeling very good. And the other team will not be happy about what will transpire, because whoever gets like the first Charm or the first Tibbers, the first Vi ult, the first Viego stun, probably dies.
Yeah, that's essentially the way it's going to come down to. Is, by the way, 6 years since Keen has debuted. So if you've been around for all of the years that Keen has been around, you've been around for quite a long time, as he has been on a couple different rosters, but has had mostly a successful career. But internationally looking to go a bit farther, as maybe this is the roster to do it. Another conversation for another time. As we look at this draft, very much like the Jax for Keen, we'll have to see if he can match up to the Gragas of Dundun.
We'll see, Valdez.
The belly bops are coming in fast.
Yeah, I remember Dundun's debut. He played Gragas, he missed his body slams, and he giggled a whole lot.
Might happen again. We might get a little bit of debut deja vu, as in we go into game number 1. Let's do it. Chronicler, we always love to talk up our strong teams. It was really heartwarming, though, yesterday to see DRX and Rascal get their second win and just barely overcome Liv Sandbox in that best of 3. I wonder how Nongshim would feel if they could take out KT. All the fans that are waiting for them to get that one win just makes it all the sweeter when it comes in so much less frequently. The KT fans are used to it by now.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's also something that I think KT fans are waiting for.
Yeah, consistency, I think, yeah.
If they've been a KT fan for long, they're just waiting, because you can't keep going up in the roller coaster. It's just not how it works. But maybe
if you go up
they do.
far enough,
You know, in
then you can leave kind of the gravitational
the gravitational pull,
pull of the Earth,
and then you just go into space.
Yeah, you just go into orbit, and that's what going to Worlds is.
Worlds is orbit, and then winning Worlds is going like outside of the galaxy.
Yeah, you just kind of take an eternal journey off into space.
That's very cool.
That roster is locked
never,
in time, you know?
Like 2018 KT.
Yeah. And he loved that one.
And looking at the rune setups here, I don't think we're seeing any huge surprises. Sylvie going for more skirmish heavy. We've seen PTA, Aftershock, and Conqueror all used. As mentioned, Dundun going for AP here with the Comet. Should still be somewhat weaker as in we go. Nice trade for Aiming and Lahenzir.
Yep. Aiming and Lahens definitely have not been kind of the focal point of this KT roster. The top 3 players are just so talented and work so well together that Aiming and Lahens, it's not really like you immediately say, oh, we're going to rely on Aiming to carry us through this one, although it still does happen from time to time.
Yeah.
But I do feel like they have been getting more and more consistent, even if they're not always super flashy and pop off in a manner as such of the other big name AD carry support duos.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to laning prowess, and perhaps still the best bot lane, I'd still go to Pace and Delight. But a really big reason, I think, for why KT has become so much harder to deal with is that you even see it in like the classic KT copy pasta, right? Like the Lahens dying at level 3 or him going in very aggressively. We had like one of those instances in like the last, I don't know, like 6 or 7 matches. It just hasn't really happened. And the bot lane, as mentioned, doesn't need to be a carry. It just needs to be fine. And I think the consistency and the improvement that Aiming and Lahens have shown has been a large part of why, together with Cuz really coming to his own, this team has been so tough to deal with.
Yeah, it's kind of cool considering we're definitely in a meta where the bot lane is extremely important, especially now in 13-12 with you know, Ivern and new picks coming in. This is getting even more and more important. But yeah, KT have oftentimes played around their top side, but no need nowadays when everybody's really playing very, very well. As the top lane, Dundun, this is the thing about Gragas, is that his passive got nerfed on this patch, so a little bit less sustain, as the belly bop is going to hit, but Keen sees his mana bar, knows that Dundun doesn't have any cooldowns, can pop in once again, knows he's safe for now.
And we'll see Dundun if he's still able to make his way through this lane. Obviously, one of the big benefits of the Gragas is that you can negate so much of what Jax tries to do. And both AD carries, unsurprisingly, also gone for Dorans here. Really looking to just scale the way we saw a couple of patches ago, where everyone just went full all the time.
Yeah.
Which I like. I like a little bit more action. Emphasis on a little bit, though. It's just a bit more trading.
Yeah, it's nice. And one of the things we talked about is the level 9 spike for Kai'Sa if you can get ahead. As a little engage does come in here, but Lahens is right there to help heal. Lots of damage, though, going into Aiming. And so gets a little heal from the Rakan, but a nice trade from Nongshim nonetheless. But yeah, you need that Doran's Blade, and then you go for the Shiv and the Guinsoo's, I believe, and you can hit a level 9 Q Evolve spike. It is very strong to get that Q Evolve as soon as possible. It's the strongest one for Kai'Sa, and we'll see if he does opt into that, or if he can even get it. Getting 2 items at level 9 can be difficult at times.
Depends as well on what we'll see in the early game. We're going to go for the boots, obviously tier 2 boots. Great playing into both Rakan and Kai'Sa, able to dodge the Void Seekers, able to step outside of the range of a W. And then additionally, Varus really enjoys the attack speed, trying to get more Blight stacks as BDD, a Annie with First Strike classic, just throwing down the bear.
Just press R, forehead.
Ooh, we have a contest, possibly here. They will be late, but maybe they can look for a fight.
I don't know if they should. Are they really going to get in here? What? Here, stole it! Are you kidding me? This is not the old route either, as looks like Lehens might go down. He barely survives, though, and Cuz is in that back line doing so much damage. Takes out 2 with the double kill, as BDD is a bit out of mana. Tibbers is also running out of steam here, so KT, they lose the dragon, but they do take a nice little fight at the end of it all.
I didn't actually catch it, but that might have been an E-steal. Although, if I remember correctly, it did get nerfed on this patch.
Yeah.
Rel, well, it got nerfed, but still, there's a lot of... You get your first auto still has a ton of extra damage. By the end of it, I think the trade is still favorable for KT. They trade 2-1. Cuz is able to get himself snowballing, and on picks like Viego in particular, I think you do get a lot of value of that. But, you know, if Nongshim don't get that dragon, everything is pretty rough. And now it's not too bad as we take another look here. As in he goes.
86.
Yeah, early smite there. Interesting though. I wonder what happened, because it went from 610 to 86. Not sure. Maybe the desk can.
Yeah, I don't think that smites it for what is it? That's not
like
550 right now.
Ish. Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
But suffice it to say, good steal there from Nongshim, and early dragon stacking can be a good way to try and maintain some pressure in the map as well. Cuz
Flash available for BDD is not going to use it. Kind of surprising there. Thought he would at least try to get on in. Fiesta, no Spirit Rush, no Flash, no anything. And with Tibbers available, Flash Tibbers could have been the answer, but elects to hold on to that. They do have potentially an important fight coming up, so maybe doesn't want to just use it for no good reason. Although a pick onto the Ahri probably just means Rift Herald, so either way, just hanging around his Lehens, waiting for this next fight on the Rift Herald.
And we also, oh, in we go.
Lehens in a lot of trouble here as the cease and desist. The charm is there, and it's blocked by Tibbers. You gotta be kidding me, BDD. You gotta save him his life here, just barely, as Lehens was getting really, really low. As now aiming is around, he's got that killer instinct. He is going in, and he takes a free kill on the Sylvie, who did not expect the Kaisa to be in the jungle.
Very nice roam there from aiming, and while all of that was happening, KT also took themselves the dragon. So BDD showing some heroics there, keeping his support alive. And I'm kind of wondering, I think that Peter did actually have his red trinket available. If they sweep and they actually know, if you hit the Q on Lehens, he dies, right? But instead, Q goes over the wall, doesn't actually hit, and Herald immediately thrown down mid as well. And KT is starting the acceleration. Almost 2k gold lead here at 9 minutes. And Nongshim starting to fall further and further behind.
Yeah. Top lane is it's actually going well for Dundon. We're going to take another look here. As you mentioned, if that Q hits, he is alive. But take a look at this bear.
Yeah, really.
Oh, beautiful.
Really nicely done. Good catch from you as well. And that means that they don't have the damage. And then Sylvie, yeah, can't walk in there at that point in time. Gets tagged, and at that moment is obviously guaranteed dead.
Oh, 나이스. 좋은데 아라마?
There you go. Feeling good after that trade. And yeah, it's almost 2,000 gold the lead here after just a pretty natural early state of affairs. You know, a couple of laning leads, a couple of good fights in favor of KT.
But Dundon is winning, so
yes.
that is a win for Nongshim. You know, you can. Does it matter a lot? Not particularly, as very cute. Now Peter is gonna say G was back. Makes out that he gets out alive. And the real problem here, obviously, is that Nongshim, if they start falling too far behind and you try and contest anything when you don't have priority, when you don't have control of the river, you're not going to be able to get your pick. You're not going to be able to actually get the CC chain that you're looking for. And right now, I think they're still within touching distance. Obviously, if Cuz can just start resetting when he already has a Sunderer going and get a combo down with BDD, then I think the fights are very hard. But with the layering of CC, as long as Nongshim have like enough damage to blow up a single target, I think fights remain winnable. But if you lose like 1 or 2 more of those type of skirmishes, then very quickly it will not be.
Yeah. I mean, like you mentioned during the draft, whoever's going to get that first engage is going to love it, and Annie Viego, that's what they excel at. Find a target, kill it, get some resets, and get the ball rolling. Thankfully, even though Ox is here today, which is very lovely, we are not going to get a Chemtech Soul this time around. We have been getting a bunch of those nowadays, and Ox has let us not have it today. Thank you very much. As Fiesta is on the run, but he is okay.
And aiming, he's not taking any risks, right? Not walking up to unwarded territory, not at the risk of getting taken down by Sylvie here would be a really big win. As Jiwoo goes in for a little bit of aggression, but not really going to scare them off. Fiesta is behind the play here.
Look at this top lane dominance.
Steal again? Doesn't look like it.
Hey, Infernal Soul. Pretty big as in we go, the Magnet Storm. They're trying to isolate one target. They do so much to Cuz as they will take out the Viego, and now a couple low health bars, but aiming is not done yet. He's getting in onto the low health bars of Nongshim as down will go Sylvie, a huge chunk there with the passive, and now Jiu is on the run, aiming, waiting potentially for a W. Doesn't look like he'll be able to land it as, okay, KT, trade 1 for 1. There is that W, but too short is the range.
But by the end of it, KT get a 1-for-1 trade, but they get the dragon.
Oh,
that's a painful back cancel. Lehan's getting it done.
Oh. Nice. Love the Dindin emote usage.
Man.
I think it's only second to Peanut, maybe.
Yeah.
I think Peanut's #1 in my mind.
I'm just at the man going from debuting in the LCK and missing like every single body slam to just doing, like, yes, this is a counter matchup. Our expectations low, maybe, but we're gonna give him the credit anyway. As here we see. Oh no,
he doesn't have cast. He does have flash though. Nice predict from Cuz, but it's going to be read by Dundun, the mastermind, the genius of the top lane, who will not get caught this time.
Still a perfect top laner's KDA. 0-0-0, and here I again want to highlight even with Nongshim being pretty substantially behind, the ability to take down a single target, but with the damage, even with them getting Cuz down immediately, mostly being thrown into the Viego, aiming kites back very nicely here, great repositioning with the Killer Instinct, then has enough damage for himself, and even with just the Shiv, he can proc Plasma repeatedly. In these fights, you're going to get a whole lot done. Also, BDD showcasing again his mastery of the Annie, with, I think, a lot of damage output throughout that fight. Turrets are going to start dropping. 2k gold lead going to probably be further enlarged here, and we're starting to see Nongshim really lose their already somewhat strenuous grip on this game.
Definitely enlarged. I agree. Nice dodge on the cask here as... I love how Jonah Strong, he knows exactly what kind of player Dindin is as well. Gets a nice little zoom in. Dindin doesn't care. I'm surprised he didn't throw the crying dog emoji again. I guess it's more of an emote rather than emoji.
That's fine.
Although I don't really know the difference, but you know. Either way. Second Rift Herald tier, Nongshim looks to take control of that, but the real issue is, as you mentioned, the turrets are just melting. Like, the bottom one is gone. That's first turret blood here to the 2-0 into Kaisa. The mid turret is holding on for dear life by a pinky as BDD and Lehan's not expecting them all in here. Lehan's trying to save him. The stopwatch will save him, though, as BDD in a little bit of trouble, and that is 2 kills over to the side of Jiu, as meanwhile the inner bottom turret is going to KT.
And goal positive wise, it's not good, but that's a win for morale, you know? Get 2 kills. If they can get the middle lane turret, though, that equalizes things somewhat. And KT also need to be careful that they don't fall in the trap of overexcitement, as in they go.
Keen? Trying to line it up, though, for the team. He absolutely does. He gets a low health bar and a someone, and that is when the Viego and the Kaisa will be unlocked as, okay, gonna hit that W. He's got an instinct. It's tingling, but he's not gonna go for it, as he probably shouldn't. 3-0-2, though, is aiming. It's Cuz also picking up a kill, and they will look to take bigger chunks out of this map once again.
And at first, it looks like Nongshim might have caught Keen there, but not going to actually end up being the case, as we see again here. Lahens and BDD a little bit too far forward. The engage potential is more than enough between Jiwoo, Fiesta, and Peter. Very quickly get the damage necessary. And as soon as you're on top of them, if there is no Viego, if there is no Jax, it remains really hard to stay alive. And then here it at first feels like Keen is actually making a big mistake, but crucially Jiwoo doesn't have his ultimate available. And then here Cuz showing that a fed Viego is a large menace, able to pick up a pretty clean double, and then they get the mid lane turret as well. So they got 2 kills, but they also, like with all of that still going on, they also lost the inner, which as far as gold swings goes is very, very rough news for Nongshim.
And KT, they get this giant ballooned gold lead with all of the turrets and structures they have taken. Aiming, you look at his build, he's probably got upgraded, evolved everything.
They're not giving up.
They're
going to keep going.
I think they should. I don't know. They're going to try for it, though. As in goes, he's not going to get it. No Smite Steal comes in as they're just dog piling onto everybody on Nongshim that went into the pit, and now Jiwoo is just food as he has no front line as they overextend into the pit. That is the Drake and the fight going the way of KT.
I think maybe Nongshim under the misconception that they had Kai'Sa because their damage could not follow up on that engage as, no, not Dun Dun.
Yes.
Yes, Dun Dun.
Yes, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, Dun Dun.
He is dead.
Yeah, so if they have more damage, then this could maybe work, but it's just Sylvie and Fiesta. Keen zones multiple people, and Nongshim not on the same page. I don't think the contest really would have worked out, but if everyone was there and Jiwoo was doing damage, then
아니, 나 1000킬 좀 쌓아보자. 1000킬 좀 쌓아보자.
maybe it could have helped.
He said something about buying something. I don't know what it was. And we'll never know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. Impossible to know. Anyway, Cuz is popping off, and at this point, I don't know if anyone can really stop him. There is a decent amount of disengage on the side of Nongshim if they want to play that way, but again, it operates very much like KT's comp, where everybody's going in, except you have this Varus who was just left out to dry in the last fight, and now you're 7,000 gold behind.
Yeah, I don't unfortunately see a lot of angles. The ones that exist are individual members of KT stepping way too far forward, either inside or, you know, Lahens just jumping over a wall. And getting taken down for seemingly no reason, which has happened in the past, but you are at this point kind of banking on KT making some major mistakes, because your individual lockdown is great and you can take down one target, but by the time that has happened, if the target is not like multiple people, which isn't really how it works, then you're not going to win. Because if you kill aiming, great, although with stopwatch, killer instinct, and cleanse and flash, that's very tough, but Cuz at this point is fed enough to just win a fight together with BDD or Keen. So there isn't really a whole lot that Nongshim can do from here on out, besides think about maybe what can we change in game number 2. and wait for KT to step a little bit too far forward. Maybe Lahens can throw them a bone.
I don't think he will.
Well, I'm not expecting it to be the case, Veldez, but I'm trying my best there.
This is the new KT. They're just clean. It's not a lot of mistakes being made. It's not much of a roller coaster. That's why it feels like the roller coaster is kind of just went into orbit, right? It doesn't feel like there's a lot of downs.
It's just a rocket now?
Yeah, well, if you go fast enough. Okay, aiming. Maybe a little bit too far forward, right as I'm saying. He does have the stopwatch, but nobody's here for him as he's desperately looking for the kill, and he does get it, and gives over 900 gold to the Vi.
Yeah, you can see aiming's. No, it's not worth. He used stopwatch and flash.
Hashtag worth.
Okay, and give over shadow. It's not gonna matter for the game, but that's don't do that. Don't have to. It's fine. It's okay. You're winning in every lane. You don't need to go for the definitely not a 1v1 between two turrets.
오케이.
I want to hear what he says.
나 탑할게.
I'm going.
나 땀 났어. 아, 죽었다.
I'm dead.
죽었다. 바론 쇼부. 뭐야? 잡았네?
He was very surprised. He's like, oh, you got him. Yeah.
It's fine.
It's okay. They were talking about like going to Baron or like, yeah. Then they weren't talking about going to Baron. I mean, it's still Infernal Soul, so every break is going to be big, and you could just fight for those if you wanted to take it slow. Maybe a big if at this point.
I like your optimism. And you know, so that right there, if Aiming does that 2 more times, then we have a game on our hands, Valdez.
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume he doesn't, and I'm gonna assume that KT, you know, just having a bit of a giggle. We saw Gen G do that yesterday, and they 2-0'd, so it was fine, right?
Yeah.
Right? It was not
Yeah, it was
scary
fine.
at
Yeah,
all.
no, it's- yeah,
No,
fine.
not even remotely close. And KT still should be able to set themselves up for Soul Point here. There's teleport available here for Fiesta, but it doesn't look like they want to try and contest this, and I think that's the right call.
But it is a second Infernal Drake that you are giving over. So even though it's not the soul, you are giving a total of 10% attack damage and ability power. A pretty nice buff to the team that's already ahead. But Nongshim say, well, we'll try to fight on the next one. Or maybe they make a mistake on the Baron. Perhaps we can go for a steal. Vi can be pretty slippery and can find ways underneath, you know, a lot of different kind of stuns and stuff like that. So maybe they can get in and try to steal an objective later on. As, you know, 5,000 gold, definitely a lot more winnable compared to 7,000 gold and a very fed Kaisa. So, let's see what they have. As Jundin steals away.
Whoa!
What a play.
Look at him go.
He also built Cosmic Drive.
Yeah, I haven't seen that item a whole lot on the AP Gragas. Also,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure with Aiming farming that he's going to get his death cap, does have the gold after taking some of Cuz's jungle. Cuz has plenty of money, he's not too bothered. Also means that aiming his Ws are going to be even more fearsome than before, going to put more pressure on Nongshim to go for these hard engages. Is it enough? It's Cuz. This is a red buff that I think you can just let go and pick it up.
Share it with you. Yeah, he smited it, but he actually didn't get it. It was Ju who got it, so he ran over and picked it up. Did Sylvie. And KT, I mean, they certainly are taking their time with this one. They did get the second Infernal Drake, and it does look like they want to slow the game down from here and not really take any chances. Spear of Shojin finished here for Keen. So he's already on 2 big items.
And we have some movement towards this Baron here, but I don't think either team really is in a position to do it, because even with the lead that KT have, I think that with the control they have right now, it doesn't really warrant trying to go for a Baron into like some hard engage.
Lahen's the target. Do they have the follow-up? There's the charm and a Magnet Storm. They take down the KT support, and it's Cuz who could be next as the Flash Timbers does come in, and there's the Kaisa aiming right at the back line, and Keen is there for the follow-up as looks like the health bars are low enough here on the side of Nongshim, and the cleanup crew comes in. Triple kill for Keen as he's looking for one more, as somehow Cuz survived through all of that. As Keen is tanky enough, will take him out for the Quadra on the Jax.
It looked close until it wasn't. Lahans being the sacrificial bird gets given up, but the power of the engage of Nongshim all gets thrown into Rakan, and as a result, the re-engage, beautiful here from KT. Again, and a lot of people are in position here when Lahans doesn't go down, but crucially, Cuz actually doesn't. Stopwatch means that he stays alive, and then the re-engage from BDD, combined with a really good killer instinct there from aiming, means that everyone on Nongshim has to kite back. Cuz and BDD get on top of Jiwoo, and being Varus, he dies very rapidly. it is looking like with that Baron, KT, a little bit, and they didn't go down, it just kind of evened out. And now they're going back up again.
Yeah, in this game at least.
Yeah.
Yes, a very tumultuous ride here for KT. And Aiming's just doing so much damage at this point, and he and Keen, especially if they use everything onto a Rakan, and then like the remains of it onto the Viego who gets away, you're just letting the carries of KT run rampant. Like, they're just going to be able to do whatever they want, so that's exactly what we saw in that last fight. Now 10,000 gold, the lead with Baron buff. KT looking to close this one out as we are highlighting the jungle diff in this game. Nearly 4,000 extra in terms of items bought.
Oh, Fiesta on a very deep flank. Oh, didn't it?
He might survive, actually. W does come in.
No!
No, Dun Dun. He's dead again.
There goes our hero. And the flank from Fiesta not really working out. Looks like KT is going to go for the push in the end here.
Still flanking to this day as the Nexus is going down. And he is holding points there behind the team, but KT don't seem to care. They have grouped up as a team. Okay, nice flash over the wall as Lahens is really eating the brunt of everything that Nongshim have. They say, well, we're definitely going to kill your support multiple times at least, but we will still lose the game. KT are coming in here to end it now. They do want to pick up these 2 kills. They want to get Cuz to his 1,000 kills. Can they feed him these 2 last ones? He gets one, he misses the other, as that will be it for this game. Ace comes through, Dindin does respawn. Another Cuz kill chance, as he has GA. As Dindin maybe being prepped. No, they're just going to take that kill away from him, as down will go the Nexus. KT will go up 1-0, and they go on their biggest win streak ever as an organization in games. 11 in a row now for KT Rolster.
And we had a couple of silly moments in this game. We had Aiming going in. We had a catch left or right. Lahens got caught that one time, but by and large, this was straight up KT outplaying Nongshim on every accord, able to get the early gold lead, able to stack the dragons, and if not for the fact that somehow Peter stole a dragon, they would have had Infernal Soul as well, because great game on the Viego again, showing why that pick has been even straight up banned in first rotations against him every now and then, and for Nongshim, doesn't seem to be an easy solution to their struggles, as KT see a little bit of a dip there at 22 minutes, but at no point did it feel like KT were in any danger.
The Aiming dip, I guess, as he jumped in and traded his life for one more kill, as both he and Cuz are trying to hit some big milestones in terms of kills, and it seems like it's actually on their minds. They're both looking and aiming to pick those up today, as that is game number 1. We're going to take a break and have the space after. We'll be right back.
뭐야? 갈게요. 바이. 그냥 가.
내부터. 야 이거 미드라인 관리하면서 끝내자 이번에.
바로 쏘고 그냥.
미드 끝내자 미드 끝내자.
죽일까?
죽여. 나 날아가고 싶어.
선 넣어놨어. 나 몸 넣을게. 혼자야.
CC
턴 좋냐? 나 다행이었어. 나 죽어?
김기 킬딸.
거의?
김기 킬딸하면 어떡해.
돼지야?
얘네 연봉 올라가야지 하나 봐.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. KT taking a pretty comfortable victory here in game number 1 over Nongshim, something that we would probably expect from the team that is looking like easily at least second best here in the LCK, permitting the Gen G rematch. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf and Orcs here to break it down.
Yeah, it was a pretty straightforward game, to be honest. We saw KT get a massive lead. They continued that lead. There were like 2 weird hiccups, but one of them they solved. The other one was aiming at least got a kill as he died and gave the shutdown over. The draft, I guess we'll talk about really quick because there's no Ivern involved here. I think it's just time to accept that Ivern priority is low in the LCK. We just don't prioritize that champion very much. We saw Peanut play it yesterday. Didn't look that great. Only Canyon has really looked very well versed on the champion thus far here in the LCK, and I think it's just time to say maybe this region just doesn't care about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely been some games where I felt like the impact was definitely there, but I think it's very different to the typical jungle pool, so maybe after players get more practice on it, I do think the champion's super strong, but here was clearly the main focus was a lot about those team fights, a lot about those skirmishes, and I think both compositions have a lot of setup for fights, a lot of engage, and then also a lot of reset potential, right? You have the Viego on one side, the Ahri on the other. So it felt like when we're going into those fights, it'd be very momentum-based. You know, one team would win the fight, and suddenly they're picking up, 3-4 kills, and then they'll just be so far ahead, it'll be hard to contest, which is kind of what did end up happening after the mid-game for KT.
Yeah, and the thing that was a little bit disappointing on the Ivan point just for a second is that Nongshim had all been playing it. Like the whole team, like whisper on the street was that everyone was going to play Ivan. They were going to all for one Ivan in one of their games because the entire team was just spamming it. This was weeks ago, and then we just see it go all the way through the draft, and it was a little bit sad. But Vi got through, so I guess you can understand why the priority isn't necessarily number 1, because we do see a lot of jungle bans. Usually, this time around, there were none of those. We had to ban pigeons and all sorts of things.
And also, we didn't see Dundun play Darius. You know,
that was sad.
He teased us.
There are a few things about this draft that were a little bit of a worry. But let's jump into our first highlight here. As we did wait a little bit further into this game, there were a couple of scuffles around some dragons, but I think this really told the story. KT in the mid lane didn't go so well, but they were getting an inner turret this whole time.
Yeah, so engage comes through, and this is a big thing is you have those jewels on the side of Nongshim to start the fight, and they do get a couple of kills at the start of the bat, but then a bit of an overcommit, and they allow KT to retaliate in force while all those big ultimates are on cooldown.
Yeah, and as mentioned, of course, the turret does go down, the inner there that Amy picks up. He's already massively ahead at this point. He's got so much AP stacked up. And then Keen comes in here for the save. Looks like initially, okay, this might have been a mistake from Keen, but because he is Jackson, has Counter-Strike, he buys enough time for the Viego to get through. Also does enough damage to Jiu, who really should have been positioned a lot better, not only in this fight, but on our second highlight we'll take a look at as well. And he had a bit of a rough game on the Varus. I mean, it's a high-impact champion. You can set up those picks really well with the Ahri and the Vi, but they just weren't on the same page. And KT's comp, I think, just does so much more in general.
Yeah, and if you don't have Cleanse Flash against Jax, I don't know what a Varus is ever supposed to do in this game, unfortunately. Let's jump into our second highlight here, as this was a dragon fight that kind of just won the game for KT.
Yeah, and watch the engage here. Look at Jiu. He can't get close because Keen has prepped his Counter-Strike, and so even when they have the engage, his Q doesn't land. He's too far away, and he dies anyways because Keen gets on top of him. And it was the best engage I think they could have hoped for, but their AD carry just not there for the follow-up.
Yeah, I think they just went too far, and then the pincer starts to come in, and it's like you either commit to it and follow up and you get collapsed on, or you back off like that and the engage just completely fails. And I think KT absolutely ready for what Nongshim was going to throw at them, and then as soon as you get that momentum of the fight, it's just over. From that point onwards, they were just so far ahead. It was just a matter of closing the game out.
Yeah, and the problem is that KT sort of naturally built themselves gold leads throughout this game. I think we were heading into like a 7,000 gold lead without too much massive deciding action in this game. And I think it just shows that KT are a little bit of a cut above Nongshim, and we'll see whether Nongshim can throw some wrenches perhaps into the works. Because what happens when you don't necessarily meet eye to eye with your opposition is that you have to just mix it up, be a bit crazy, maybe bring Daisy out, jump into some brushes, trigger some seeds, I don't know. Let's have a look and see who picks up player of the game for this one. I am very interested see whether it is going to be BDD. The Annie going to come out again. Is this like his third Annie POG as well?
Yeah, I mean, he has had so many. I mean, the Annie often gets crossed out in the copy pasta, but I guess today it's not going to be crossed out. As this play was the one that first gave us eyes on BDD this game, where he was able to block the charm with Tibbers. But I mean, just in general, he offered so much damage in team fights. His re-engages were really good in a lot of fights that looked bad for KT. Like this one, for example, he's able to turn it around, comes over here while Cuz buys time, drops bears on people. I thought he was the most consistent member here for KT. I think aiming might get some votes, but I feel like he just didn't have the same impact that BDD did. He just was riding the train.
Yeah, I think he was cleaning up a lot of the kills, and also that first dragon they missed was because he procced his passive on it and actually got alone at the
Yep.
steal. And then there was that top lane play right there, so I think he lost a lot of points for that. And we see BDD pretty strong showing from it. I think the Cuz vote's fair as well.
Yeah, we were also considering, like, does Cuz maybe get this? But I like the BDD vote.
I think it was mid-duo. So, like, the mid-jungle, that's what's going to get it. So, absolutely beautifully played here from KT. We'll see whether Nongshim has anything else in the tank as we move back to the casters for game number 2. Take it away.
Thank you, Space People, for that wonderful breakdown. As we are jumping into game number 2, BDD does pick it up. He pressed Flash, he pressed Tibbers, and he killed his opponents. Did a great job of that as well. Sometimes the simplest champs are all you need. I did take a look at his second time picking up the Annie POG. His other POGs were the Nico and the Talia. So that kind of makes sense for when you think about BDD as a player. And yeah, maybe Nongshim really do have to mix things up. They haven't really been the team to go crazy in terms of the pick ban, but perhaps now is the day, Chronicler.
Perhaps. I would love to share your optimism and enthusiasm, but
My perhaps
yeah,
optimism.
Yeah, maybe. You're possible.
Maybe. Probably.
Possibly.
Okay.
There is a world. No.
There is a chance.
There is a. Yeah.
So
There's
you're
always a
saying
chance.
There's a chance.
How good is Dumb and Dumber?
It's a great movie. It's a classic.
As Renekton gonna get taken off the board here. Not wanna give that one over to Keen. Is the Kaisa gonna get banned away as well? And
Yeah.
to be fair, Aiming had about 95% of an incredible game on Kaisa. I wouldn't even have been surprised if he didn't make that one play, if he picked up some POG votes.
He got the one.
Yeah, some more than he did. Because I do think his fighting and positioning in fights was very good, as Viego also going to get taken off the board.
Yeah. And, you know, the space was also talking about the Ivern. I think that, especially in game 1, the drafts that or the bans rather, that we saw in the first rotation, especially the Tristana ban, it really does take a lot of power out of the pick, so that I think that's part of the reason why we see it kind of ignored. I wouldn't even be surprised to see, whoa, Nico's available, okay. Well, that seems pretty obvious. Nico will come through, but Vi still available. And
Emilio, another one.
Emilio, yeah. Could just pick up those two if you wanted to go for kind of a classic early summer bottom lane. Let's see what they do.
And Annie does make sense, considering BDD's performance on the pick. It might just be a Felios Milio, with the Varus also taken away, one of the more common matchups that we have seen creep up recently, also taken away. I'm wondering whether Nongshim really is willing to go off the wall with a Varus counter, or a Felios counter rather, try and go for like things like Twitch or something of the sorts. But given what we have seen of them recently, don't expect that to be the case. Nila is another example that I wouldn't be shocked to see, given some of the tendencies of their bot laner, as Vi is kind of a no-brainer. Even though Sylvie didn't have the best game, he was also playing Vi from behind, where inevitably you're just gonna be taken down as
Vi is still broken.
Yep, yeah, doesn't really change that.
Still very strong.
And the combo with Nico also great, set very well up for one another, and provide some opportunity to get big team fight plays, as this would be a Dundun blind chase. As no, okay, we're just having some fun with this.
Some headbanging.
Yeah, just having a great time. That makes a lot more sense. Get some reliable front line and provide another way of getting into that backline with the Vi.
What's going to be the answer here? A lot of focus on Cuz. The Sejuani definitely can go very well with what they already have, especially given that they're not going to be running double AD, as is apparent with the Annie. So Sejuani will come through. And yeah, you know, with a lot less jungle bans, we just see a lot of these top-tier jungles getting through. The Vi up against Sejuani, not a matchup we always get to see because they are very high prio. So let's see what we're going to have here in terms of bans. There's that Mila ban you were talking about.
You have to. You got to know that that is something that they're going to be looking towards, given Jiwoo his love for the champion, and now the Jax, and maybe Gwen as well. What makes sense for me. Didn't actually did a great job in the last game, didn't matter one bit, and Keen, when it came to the team fight, still had way more impacts. Instead is going to be the Malphite, a champion that Keen has in fact gotten POGs on, which is really hard.
Yeah.
It's very
just
impressive.
Like Malphite.
Yeah.
Because he's a rock. Camille.
Oh, yes. Bring it back. Oh my god.
Aura.
That is...
Who's that?
Oh,
Wait.
look at Dundun. He knows. Throwing the gauntlet is Keen here. And Din's like, oh no, I'm in danger.
Big smile, yeah. Okay.
What will it be here for the bot lane setup for Nongshim? What are we looking towards? What will they conjure here? Ashe, nothing too crazy. Ashe Brom, Ashe Nautilus, Rel, all combos that work well. Ashe definitely a lot stronger than she was previously. Milio actually making it all the way through the draft. And we will see if that is the direction that they do end up going for. Lahend, I think, is expected to pick something with hard engage, but it does also mean, yeah, I think the threat of a Blitzcrank is something that I would be very scared of when it comes to Lahend specifically. And instead, the Rel was great last game. You know, didn't end up mattering, but we saw some good engages from Peter when synced up with the rest of his team. And Nongshim, good front to back, incredible amount of team fighting power. But I am yet to see an answer for the Fiora, as Alistar, aided by the fact that Rel is well and truly back in the meta, making his way over again into the support role.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, yes. That pick percentage has shot up a lot.
Oh yeah,
for the Alistar. And no Melio, no pick away, just none at all of the Melio. So Ashe Melio would be a very interesting lane, of course, but the Melio could have handled the Annie and Sejuani ults fantastically, but they wanted a little bit more layering of hard engage, and as you mentioned, the counter pick potential from Lahend's a little bit scary. He still does counter pick, just in a different manner, with the Alistar coming out here last. We will have to see what will happen here for game number 2 if Nongshim can have somewhat of a more even early game, as we did not see in the beginning of game number 1.
As for Nongshim, the dreams remain. Even a single win would be huge here, and otherwise KT is going to extend the largest winning streak when it comes to matches that the team has had in ever. So wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, just keep winning.
Just keep winning.
Just keep winning game after game. They have hit 11 now, which, as you mentioned, it is the record. As Nongshim, they do have a pretty feisty draft themselves. The Nico coming out here just left available was very interesting. As KT will have to show if they do have an answer to that pick, as many teams have not here in the LCK and abroad. As we are looking to jump into game number 2, right now it's match 35 as we near closer to the end of round 1. Let's see what happens here in game number 2. Here we are, game number 2. Will KT reach 12 wins in games in a row? Will Cuz break his 1,000 kill milestone? Will Aiming break his 1,500 kill milestone?
So for Cuz, we're 1 off. I don't remember
2.
how. Oh, still 2?
At least that's what the sign said.
Okay, well, I'll believe the sign. Could happen, you know.
Aiming, I think, he was like 15 kills away.
He had like 7.
He had like 6 or 7, yeah, in the
Yeah,
last
so-
game.
so for
he's
aiming-
like 9 or 8.
Yeah, I don't think it's... Although we have seen him go like 11,
Yeah.
11 on Aphelios before, so not impossible. For Cuz, though, getting some early kills with Sejuani actually is pretty common. He's one of the champions that has a great early impact. And we'll see if he does end up going, as we have double first strike here for BDD and for Fiesta. Runes outside of that, no real surprises across the board. And we'll see how this early game plays out. My expectation is to mostly see Cuz try and set up either around bot or top side. Let's start on the top half of the map, as the extended train not super hot for Peter and Jiwoo.
Yeah. Trying to take advantage of the fact that Alistair at level 1, he hits the ground in anger because he doesn't do anything other than that.
You should talk to someone about that.
Yeah, you know, violence isn't the answer.
Never is.
Yeah. So here's Peter, level 2. Nice timing on that. Lands a stun, and Aiming has to cleanse. Has to flash too. Not expecting that amount of aggression, and Aiming will have to pay the price here. Nice early trade comes out from Nongshim.
Yeah, he went Cole as well. So he's sitting on way less sustain than he might otherwise have. And yeah, Sylvie definitely should be making his way over now. Do note, Cuz is in the area, but he might be able to sneak in his way here. We'll see. Ward does come through, and Sylvie should be aware. They all know that this is happening, and it looks like it is just going to be a bit of pressure. Sylvie, try and look, but yeah, with Annie roaming over, BDD having the shorter path, he has to peace out, but still, really big early game winner for Nongshim.
Absolutely, and Sylvie can just hang out until the Rift Scuttler does spawn. He can also attempt to, with the help of Peter, try to steal away this Gromp. Now, you don't want to overstay, but with Prio from mid as well,
yes,
I think they do have a decent shot here, so KT have to be very careful about walking this line, and it looks like with Nico showing up, Cuz is just going to back away.
And small win for Nongshim, able to actually get the objective, and also forcing an early back from Aiming should provide an opportunity for Jiwoo to get ahead here. On the flip side, Dundun is not having the best of time here. Early Fiora is insanely strong, particularly with Grasp, the poke really being a big problem as Fiesta.
Oh god, that's BDD. He has to flash away from the root. Sylvie right there. And if he gets hit by that, he is dead. He might still be dead. No flash here for BDD. He's taking a lot of damage as in goes Fiesta's clone. The flash forward with the root, and he misses. So close on that one. As the flash now down for Fiesta as well.
Double sidestep there from BDD, able to sidestep the Q. And I don't know, Sylvie should be aware, but won't spot Cuz just yet. We'll see him now. Yeah.
And Cuz is able to avoid the pressure on the right side of the map. He just walks on over, and now he can actually get a little bit feisty here. It is a level 4 versus level 4 trade, but the denting blows might be enough for Cuz to just not really overstay.
Yeah. And short trade, obviously, with Aftershock and Frost Armor, you're going to be looking
Oh, no. Peter's going to get totally caught underneath the turret to grab him, and he takes, most importantly, the tower aggro, which means that immediately he is dead.
Yeah, really, really rough mistake there from Peter. Some still up. And Aiming gets the kill as well, so that early lead that they painstakingly got for themselves in the bottom half, which is about a wave into an Aphelios with Cole, so not really anything to write home about. Completely counteracted. And for now, looks like KT again building up a large lead here early on.
So we're not going to take a look at that, but let's take a look at this. The Gravitum hits as, okay, we're back and alive here. BDD is dead as we saw the start of that and the end of that. We'll probably get a replay after the replay that we just skipped, and perhaps another replay of something we might miss afterwards. As Lens was here, but not able to get there in time to help out.
Aww.
Trying to save that cannon.
He kept the cannon safe.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Well, it's gone now.
Yeah, he tried. which is really what matters. You know, you just got to give it your best effort. And the roam to mid working out, Annie without flash, definitely susceptible to getting taken out. And Peter still had his flash available. So gets the crash down, which forces BDD to walk back. And the CC between Sylvie and Fiesta, more than enough. And means that Nongshim stay within a close reach of the gold lead that KT have built for themselves.
Yeah. No real way to avoid all of that engage. So
no.
Just either you play it safer or you die. And, the second option was the one that he opted into, I suppose. As here we go, Peter is going in now. A lot of flashes are down. Tibbers comes down here. BDD in a bit of trouble, but he does have some help. And the knock away on the Nico is huge there for Lahens. He's going to keep his team alive. Everybody on the side of Nongshim will be able to get out, but it should be Infernal Drake over to the side of KT.
And it looked like Nongshim was going to be able to get something going there, but straight up outlet Cuz also gets the cancel on the, I think it was the dash in from Peter there, meaning that the actual damage doesn't come through. And then Fiesta, if he hits that ultimate, they might actually be able to win that fight and get a Drake, but instead Lahens salvages it there. Really, really well done on the knockback. And now Nongshim gonna see the first Drake go over to KT.
Let's take another look here at how this all happens. As this engage, I feel a little bit lackluster to begin with, especially with BDD on the initial roam.
It was, and Peter also doesn't get a damage down, and then if Fiesta like hits 2 or 3 people, maybe they can make something happen as Dundun.
Okay, he's gonna drag over the Sejuani, getting super low as Casante's having a field day here. The grand challenge will finish. Keen not opting into the 1v2. Nice play here from Dundun to really utilize all of the power in Casante's kit.
And Nongshim actually getting to an early gold lead here, which is somewhat baffling. Not something that we expected to see coming in here today. Dundun doesn't have TP available. Are they going to...
He has Sylvie, though.
Oh, Keen.
And now Keen in a bit of trouble. Can he get out of this one is the answer. The question, rather, as the riposte comes in. The flash from Dundun, slowing down Keen, as he is able to get away, though, from the knock-up, which is huge, as he will not be punished.
Aiming, throwing out a Moonlight Vigil there, but Jiwoo will flash, so good trade for aiming. Keen just getting out of there really big. Just has his riposte, and that was without Nongshim actually picking up the Herald. So mistake from Sylvie and Dundun there, try to pick up the kill on the Fiora in what looked like an overextension initially, but between the riposte and the flash, Keen will be completely fine. Objective now not going to go over to Nongshim.
Isn't it kind of funny that Nongshim are still like a challengers team? Like, their hands are pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, you know the individual players are good, but some of the decision-making, it really leaves you scratching your head. Like, this play here from Dundun, great. Sets up the kill. It's pretty straightforward, right? Casante doing Casante things. The hands are there, the mechanics are great.
And then
follow-up.
Yeah. No, I
probably not the right
agree.
choice.
And Nongshim always was as challenger teams get, right? Because obviously this team won Summer, but they were, I think it was 5th in the regular split, weren't really expected to make a deep run. And they were always prone to pretty heavy inconsistencies, even when in spring last year they made like a miracle run and they were able to get to finals, only to then get beaten by D+. And it's still kind of there, like in moments like that on top, you're like, okay, you know, mechanically nicely done, able to get a 2v2 win, and yeah, part of that is Cassante, part of that is Keen and Cuz maybe underestimating their opponent, but still, getting those leads, that's nice, but then not actually going for the Herald, and some of the decisions around when they go in still very clearly reveal that this is a team that their most experienced, like the rock of the group, is Peter.
Yeah.
That's the experienced veteran on this roster, which by itself really says a whole lot.
Yeah. It's not a very long resume that he has, so it leaves you wondering how that even is possible. But yeah, a very inexperienced team getting their experience in the LCK as a group. It's not something you see all the time, but it is very cool to watch them grow.
Yeah, the last time we saw it, those teams were a little bit special because that was Griffin
Yeah.
and Tomwon. Those were a little
They're
bit
pretty
different.
good
Yeah.
at the video game
Yeah.
before they even got here. As here comes Tibbers once again. Fiesta on the run. He will be totally safe. Aiming in mid. Are they just going to give him the plates here? Pretty interesting rotation. You don't always see the AD carry going into mid this early on.
Aiming does not have his Crescent available, so Fiesta should be able to give this up with minimal plates. Still gonna give a large amount of gold over to Aiming as might have a possible collapse here on Cuz.
The arrow is there, the crash down as well, as they are layering everything, and Cuz doesn't get to move for about 7,000 seconds, and down he goes. Sylvie gonna pick up that kill.
Nicely done there by Nongshim. Find a collapse again, and that might set up with 20 seconds on the Drake for them picking up a second Drake, denying a early Drake stack to KT. Would be a big win for them, but I have to actually see them execute on this because wouldn't be the first time that things look good for Nongshim, only for them to kind of fall apart. With Aiming's back timing though, looks like KT just wants to give this one up, and I don't think they need Keen.
Okay, Keen in a little bit of trouble, but grand challenge and
He didn't have aggro. Didn't do a whole lot.
Yeah.
Keen just walks it off.
there's like 1 minion left. So close to then good effort. Not good enough.
Not good enough, but he tried.
Yeah. He doesn't pass the test. As Chemtech Soul,
Yeah.
yeah, going to grace us with his presence.
Sure.
Yeah. Lots of big plans to utilize.
We do have Aiming already being done with his guild force. This is a combination of the kill that he got, the call, plus the plates that he was given so graciously by the rest of his team.
Yeah,
Still
and
going to be ahead of the curve.
this is the patch where Aphelios himself didn't really get nerfed, but so many of the things surrounding Aphelios got nerfed, including Gale Force, including Overheal. So, you know, Aphelios still does what Aphelios used to do, but a lot of the numbers were poked down just a bit in the last patch. Some of them a lot, especially the Overheal can be annoying if you are not a tank. So we'll see what Aiming can do on this patch with the Aphelios. We've still seen it a bunch as here comes Cuz looking for a kill. Just going to get the flash out of Fiesta and his backing clone. As here's the flash from BDD. Not going to land the stun onto Sylvie though. Sylvie just walks away and he just gives the nice little Teemo thumbs up.
Just having a good time on the Rift, Valdez.
Yeah, everything's very even. We're just hanging out. We're trading kill for kill, objective for objective.
It's Chemtech as well, so we won't have too much action. So any.
We don't have to be interrupted by any League of Legends in this game. It's very important. Sylvie is farming his opponent's jungle because he does not have any kills yet. We're still waiting for his 2 kills, but he only has 2 deaths. On Sejuani, hoping he can turn it around.
As Peter. Unfortunately, of all the people to go for, Lahens is the one where there's just no angle with Cuz. If you're able to get through the initial burst, you deny him Aftershock, you can actually take down Sejuani quite quickly. Lahens can just always press R and then kind of walk it off. So not a great target, as we do see multiple people. This is going to be a Rift Herald attempt, but Fiesta by himself, and maybe gets out, but they're going to lose a turret, so not the best of trades, and the gold is all going to go to Aiming.
Yeah, well, at least it is not a bunch of plates as well that are going into his pocket, although he...
I like the optimism.
No doubt picked up some plates from earlier. So, not 5, but maybe 2 in this game. Also got a couple plates mid, which we did see. Even the solo plate after the Rift Herald went down. And yeah, we're just farming. KT up 1,000 gold. They have an Infernal Drake. And yeah, the excitement not quite there with the Chemtech.
But that's good. No excitement.
We were asked in the past about, you know, why not? Isn't Chemtech so cool? But really the issue is it's just not strong. So
Yeah,
in
it's just
professional
power
play,
level.
it's just like, well, okay, Lahenz's Alistair, they get the ult out.
Yeah, as I was saying.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what happens is the pro teams are like, well, we don't necessarily have to prepare everything to take every Chemtech Drake. Like, it's not a negative thing if you get it, but it's not an overwhelmingly positive thing. And there are a lot of objectives on the map of League of Legends, so you don't want to be totally out of position for the other ones that potentially could be stronger, such as, you know, 1,000 gold lead in the top lane or something like that. If you take down some turrets and trade for one Chemtech Drake, you're probably going to be happy, which is not necessarily the way I think the game was meant to be played, around the Drakes at least.
And right now we have Nongshim setting up for a Drake, getting Cryo in mid. Is Jiwoo as, oh, dun dun.
Like I was saying, KT prioritizing the top side. That's a dead Cassante, as the Grand Challenge will finish off, as here comes the Nico trying to get on top of BDD, who has turret aggro as well. Probably from the Tibbers as Keen being chased down, and at least Fiesta is able to trade the kill back.
That is a teleport, and teleport used. A kill for kill trade. And Cuz with an attempted engage.
They're gonna catch you, gets the cleanse. Slow is in there as well as Sylvie tries to engage. That was not the best idea as they try to crash down onto Aphelios, but he's full health. The Magnet Storm is huge, but the damage is just not there for Nongshim. As now KT winning this 3v3 trade heavily with a double kill in the hands of Aiming.
Oh, and crucially there, the burst for Aiming is so much higher. Ash, once she gets her items, can be a pretty formidable AD carry, but right now, compared to the burst and output that Aiming has, not really there, and Lahenz, even without his ultimate, together with Cuz, is more than enough front line. We see Peter and Sylvie go in, but the reposition from Aiming, very nicely done. And that does mean that KT, again, pull further ahead, also pick themselves up the Drake, as Fiesta still battling with Keen here.
Grand Challenge.
Oh,
Fiesta can only
BDD.
get away for long enough. He doesn't even have the root now as Flash follow. Fiesta is dead one way or another, as it will be BDD who comes in and cleans up the kill. Keen, nice setup from him.
And it's starting to fall apart a little bit for Nongshim, as they are clearly not interested in contesting this Drake initially. And it might have actually been the better call for Nongshim to just let it go, pick up the Drake, but instead they opt into having Fiesta teleport towards the top side. And then here, again, want to pay attention to how little damage Jiwoo is actually able to do. A lot of it goes down in Aftershock, up Cuz, he doesn't care. And then here, because the flash is still available, they go in, but Jiwoo doesn't get any damage down on Aiming. And Peter will end up going down as well.
Yeah. If you've got your Nico there, or even your Cassante,
It's fine.
you have the damage. You have somebody who's in the thick of it. But the Ashe, unfortunately, at this point in the game, not really able to follow up as well, so.
Yeah, it also kind of shows the issue with playing Ashe when you're playing with Rel and a Vi, because if that is a Tristana, that fight looks very different. But
Yeah.
instead, Ashe is just not able to follow up at all, and you need someone else to go in on that Aphelios even this early on, and now Aiming getting more and more fed.
That's the thing about Aphelios as well, is like, he loves when targets are in melee range of him, especially if he can go red-white, which I don't believe he was in that fight, but it didn't really matter. He still loves it. And there's kind of like a breaking point. If you get enough engaged to really lock him down, then it won't matter. But if you're just hanging out in melee range and you don't kill the Aphelios, that's when he's at 100%. That's when he's like really tearing into you. And they set that up, unfortunately, for Nongshim perfectly for Aiming to carry it. As now Cuz in a lot of trouble, Magnet Storm coming in, and at least Nongshim's still very good at catching individual targets. Cuz, though, is going to flash and dash away, and will be fine this time.
That is 3 ultimates invested, and still no kill on Cuz, but will provide Nongshim with a little bit of map control. But this is the real problem, and something that I think Nongshim doesn't really have a great solution to, because it requires a deeper understanding. Like, what do you do? Like, you get this kill, or not even, sorry, you get Cuz low. BDD might just die here. Or no, never mind, they're just going to peace out.
Yeah.
Don't have the damage, I
Scared
assume.
of him.
Yeah, because Fiesta also was being zoned away, so they don't want to take the risk. But being able to, like, bully away a jungler if done by a better team, allows you to, at the very least, like, try and threaten maybe a Baron. And maybe the opposing team makes some errors, do something with it, at the very least, secure yourself some control of the opposing team jungle, set up some vision lines, but none of that really comes to fruition here, as it's only a 2k lead, which isn't the end of the world, but it looks like Nongshim just not really sure how to proceed from here.
Yeah, it's a rough spot for them because basically the only way you're going to win fights, I think, from this point is if you kill aiming very fast.
Yeah.
But there are so many other threats as well on the side of KT, particularly Keen. If you dump everything into the Aphelios and maybe you get him, which I say maybe because he's got Cleanse, he's got Gale Force, Stopwatch, he will have Flash for the next fight most likely. There's still going to be Keen if he joins the team fight, could do an immense amount of damage. You still have BDD, who will be doing a decent amount with his Tibbers and his initial combo. So the 3-0 Aphelios, I think, is going to be a big thorn in their side, though. As
it's a bold statement, Val.
Yeah.
I think the Fat Aphelios might be a big problem.
A little bit of an issue, as Peter here as well is going to get caught out, but he does crash down as, ooh, the Q, just barely, going to tickle the back of Peter, but that's just about it. Fiesta.
It is just cuz, so not a whole lot going to happen there. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, look at how KT move around the map. This 1-2 of Cuz and Lahens, it's basically impossible to engage on, but it buys so much time for the rest of the team. As Dun.
Grand challenge, we do have the follow-up here as Riposte is in as well. He is going to drag Keen over, but eventually, you would imagine they take down the Cassante. It's not particularly even that close, even with Cassante in his current state.
Yeah.
So they take him out, and they're not really trading anything because Nongshim can't do Baron fast enough to really punish that, nor were they in position to do so.
And crucial there as well is that Keen actually has his Riposte ready, so Dunan was looking to try and like drag him over the wall there, isolate him, and then maybe he can get something done. And this is really kind of what this match boils down to for me. It's Nongshim's like, oh, we're gonna set up a trap, and then KT's like, no, you're not. You're not doing Baron. What are you talking about? Look at the leisurely pace with which they wander over.
And like, you said it before, like Lahens and Cuz, they're unbreakable. Okay, well, aiming is going to stopwatch everything. As okay, the Magnustorm for the follow-up, and he's not even a flash out of that one somehow. The knockup does come in from Lahens as 5v4. It looks like KT's still going to win out in the end, but they're not going to take the extended trade against the team that still has their 80 carry.
And that right there is a possible avenue with which Nongshim can win. We saw this happen before. The amount of engaged potential that the Nico can be extremely hard to deal with, particularly for stationary 80 carries. Aiming getting taken down right there is not enough to tilt the game in Nongshim's favor, but it does show us an opportunity, a possibility of how they might be able to get back in this one. Is unsurprisingly, we don't care about the Drake being taken. That one is just going to go and get picked up. As, yeah, Dundon here, so the moment he spots BDD, right, knows that he's dead, so just all outs in an attempt to maybe try and get a kill. No opportunity to really reposition. He could have like flashed and like dragged BDD over, but I don't think he got the kill. And then here, it starts off with Sylvie going for the ult, and then the follow-up there. Peter with the crash down, Magnustorm at the ready as Baron started up, and oh my god, they're just getting...
They don't know.
They're rolled!
Now they know.
A false sense of security!
It happened! It actually happened! They have no idea! And now, they might know, but it's too late. It's Nongshim taking a Baron and taking the gold lead against KT Rolster. Something I didn't think I was going to say here today at all.
It's been a wacky week. Like with Gen G almost losing to Breon. And now, and this is not comparable to that because what we see here is KT is still even. Like they lost the Baron, but I still think that the game state is very different than what happened in that Breon game. But coming into today, I was not expecting this. Nongshim, I think, has been 2-0'd by like every single team that wasn't DRX and Breon, against which they won. And here they are, standing up stalwartly against KT. Yeah. Maybe it was just Nico all along. They're not really doing a whole lot with the Baron buff. which is somewhat suboptimal. I would like to see them actually
Yeah.
get some turrets.
So far they're down on turrets. Not down on the gold, but down on the initial gold.
Yes,
that
there's
you
gonna be a
earn
ward.
from it.
Don't, yeah, come on, you can do it. There we go.
Yeah, get in there. Oh, this is a
Oh.
very deep flank. Coming in as KT still confident to take this fight.
No, Nongshim gotta have a suspicion.
Yeah, BDD coming in.
Oh, look,
behind.
the hawk shot.
Yeah, they're trying to catch him, but they don't know as BDD just going to join up as this front line of the Cassante is just being ripped to shreds. As down he goes, Kuz gets a kill, and now the follow-up is here. Lahen's looking for that engage. Can he get one as the follow-up here? The Magnet Storm is huge on the multiple, and then Nico knockup is there as well, but again, the follow-up is just not enough as Gio is desperate to do damage, and the desperation does not pay off. It is a full ace in favor of KT Rolster.
And Nongshim get the Baron. And then in the team fight get absolutely booed. Only Lahens goes down. And the front to back, not quite there.
Hey, he did it!
Cuz picks up 1,000 kills here.
There you go. Congratulations to Cuz, joins the big list of junglers above 1,000 kills. And even players in the LCK. So take another look at the fight.
I think the real issue here is that it's not like Nongshim can't fight the 5v5, but from the get-go they're scared, right? They're desperately trying to disengage, and with Cassante it just doesn't work, so he gets picked up, and by the time Fiesta hits an ultimate, doesn't matter. The damage output just isn't there. There's not enough time. They need more time being bought by Dundun. Being bought by the engage, but that is not going to be the case. And the damage dealers of KT are completely fine.
Yeah. Imagine if Cassante gets the ult over the wall onto, let's say, BDD, and then the Rel Magnet Storms like 2, even 3 people. Like, Gio was doing insane damage in that fight. It was just way too little, way too late, right? So I agree. I think that Bro has had trouble with this. A lot of our lower teams have had trouble with confidence issues in team fights, whereas if they just pulled the trigger,
you just gotta go.
They would win.
If you, particularly with the team fighting power that they have, you know, it's obviously KT is a great front to back, and the Fiora is a little awkward, but I think the rest of the core, Sejuani, Alistair makes such a good front line that BDD and aiming can do a lot of heavy lifting, and obviously Keen is also now free item Fiora and quite fed, and also Keen, so all of those factors really do mitigate some of the inherent awkwardness of trying to team fight with a champion that doesn't really have CC, only provides damage, and needs to be in melee range for that. But yeah, situations like that, if Nongshim are willing to play proactively, like try and collapse, yeah, BDD is stopwatch, but if you can find the right amount of CC, you've seen you can actually take down these targets in a matter of seconds. Could be the turning point, but instead KT pulled the trigger, and as such will always have an advantage. As now, we are going to fight for Soul here, it looks like. Although with Rel backing, I'm not too sure if they want to continue.
Well, we're burning down the Cassante with Tibbers. Lahen's is Alistair, so again, you can't really kill him. So it doesn't really seem like Nongshim have learned that here. Gio really desperately. He's doing so much damage. Look at this guy. This is what I'm talking about. Could have done it in the last fight as well. GA is available though, and Gio does get taken out. Aggressive play from aiming is enough as the Nico ult is pretty fancy. They're trying to get on top of aiming, but they will not be able in the end because, again, he also has GA. And the item difference here, very palpable in this team fight as now they're looking to flank here with the teleport on top of Fiesta as he nearly gets BDD in his entirety. One stun could do it as there it is. The Incinerate gets it done, and that is another ace in favor of KT.
The day that Nongshim learned to play around Jivu, I'm scared for that future, but that day is not today.
Yeah.
As he kind of gets left on his own. Also partially, they're engaging on Lahens again, which I don't think is really the angle to go for. And KT, you know, they took some hits, but in the end are left standing and pick up the 2-0 victory over Nongshim.
Yeah, and you can see Cuz gets the highlight this time around. Once again, 1,000 kills in the LCK. This guy is incredible. And yeah, this was the expected outcome at the end of the day. The 2-0 from KT Rolster tonight over Nongshim. Nongshim, they put up a pretty good fight. They had fun while doing it. But again, it is a unfortunate defeat for them, as we'll have to see them get a little bit more confident in the team fights, I think, just like a lot of our other teams. KT Rolster, they continue with their game streak of 12 in a row, the largest they have ever had in their organization's history.
And it is KT, clearly the better team here today. And what is most impressive, right, is some of the opponents that KT has faced in that streak. D+, T1, some of their competitors for those top spots have been 2-0'd by this roster. Today, you know, it was a little bit messy at times, but it did never feel like KT were actually losing their grasp. Team fight fundamentals still very much intact for this team. And for Nongshim, better performance than expected, but that's really all you can say about it. Still very clearly a lot of knowledge lacking, and this man, Lahans, must be very happy he gets to play Alistar again, because he looked amazing on it today.
Yeah, just having a great time, and no doubt we'll be seeing more of that in the future as well, as long as Rel is prioritized, which it is on this patch. And if you guys are coming in, you're like, well, that was a very one-sided game, you know, maybe not the highest amount of action. This was just the warm-up for our second series, which is D+ versus T1. A match that could be incredibly close and should be very high level and could be a lot of fun. So make sure you're sticking around for that one and watching that series.
As we take a look at some of the fights here for KT, early games not as explosive today, but they are a team that when it comes to the LCK wide is pretty far ahead of everyone else when it comes to golden 15 leads. The pace today a little bit more leisurely, but nothing to be too worried about for Nongshim. Some of the team fighting actually looked a lot better than it has in the past, right? These are some good examples, actually getting on top of aiming, who did not have necessarily the best of positioning here. But in the end, it didn't matter. Dundun gets taken down, and from that point onward, the rest of KT is more than happy to hard commit to this 5 versus 4.
Yeah, look at how much damage to you does, like, at the end of the fight. He
really
nearly
tries,
takes
man.
out 2 people. It shows the power of the Ashe as well. Just, you know, the passive buff and the former Q buff that we had. She does so much damage, even on 2 items. You just need a pretty tanky frontline to create space for her because, of course, it is still Ashe. As they're saying, okay, let's end it. It's over.
Yeah, and it's about how you can play around the AD carry. Right? And that's something where I think Nongshim and a lot of our lower tier teams, Brion you mentioned, I think is another great example, because Hannah individually has been a great AD carry. This split has been, I think, the most consistent player on Brion, but actually allowing him to carry, actually playing around him, something that a lot of our lower tier teams and just playing around AD carries in general are really struggling with. Might also be somewhat of a reason of why Gen G is doing very good.
Yeah.
They're pretty good at that,
Yeah,
as it turns out.
Some chuckles there at the end. They take the 2-0 one way or another. As Keen did the most damage in the game. Lots of big trading up in the top lane that we saw. Under turrets, not under turrets. BDD as well, burning everyone down. See the damage numbers of Fiesta and Dew especially, nothing to shake a stick at. Actually pretty impressive given the fact that they were pretty far behind for a lot of that game, at least in terms of the team fights. It wasn't very even fighting in this game. But that was the 2-0 from KT to be expected. Let's see what the guys on the space had to say about this one.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler, for taking us through that journey that was Game 2 between Nongshim and KT. A lot closer, I think, than a lot of people were expecting, in the middle, around there somewhere. And gentlemen, I think that we'll just waste no time. Let's jump straight into the draft and see how things started off, because Ox, the Nico, got through.
Yeah, which obviously Nico's been super powerful, he's been consistently banned. The expectation is it has that huge team fighting power, But I really like the Alistair pick that's sort of come in. It's been seen a lot more as a match to Rel and also into Nico, who's very telegraphed when she's visible, at least with her ultimate. You can knock her away, which you actually saw happen in game to great effect.
Yeah, I think the Rel here is tied to the Nico. Atlas and I were talking about this beforehand, like maybe Milio could have been a great choice here to extend the range of the Ashe, and then you have the ability to get out of these Sejuani engages with the ultimate. Maybe they were scared of the Blitzcrank potentially coming through for Lehens because that has been his response to the Milio pick a lot of the time, and they hovered it, they were considering it, but ultimately they were like, let's do Pop Blossom combo with a Magnet Storm, which never really lined up in any meaningful way, unfortunately. And the fundamentals of Nongshim in terms of their mechanics, like that's always there, right? This Challenger squad is going to get it done. Unfortunately, in team fights, the 5v5 coordination was just not as good as the KT veterans.
Just felt like the game would slowly get lost because, you know, they'd lose out on the map in terms of gold, and then in the big coordinated team fights, KT would have the edge. But, you know, we see that sign of life where in the early skirmishes, they do actually manage to find advantages and do pretty well for themselves. It's just maintaining that for the whole game is difficult. But then again, you know, this is KT. This is obviously one of our top teams, so it's still a good effort from them.
No, I agree. And I actually think that Sylvie was probably my one for most impressed with his performance on Nongshim's side. Managed to get BDD's flash extraordinarily early, came back, actually got the kill as well. So hats off to Sylvie because he's had some stinkers throughout the early stages of this season. Let's jump into our first highlight though, as there was a lot of action this game. We wanted to do a bit of a Lehens highlight reel, but there's just not quite enough time. We're going to dive into this one first.
Yeah, and I think it's really great how patient Lehens is here before going into the combo. They obviously get the damage in, the turnaround comes through, but it's kited back towards the turret. The Gale Force comes out to great effect, and you just end up in a really uncomfortable spot where you're trapped in close range with Felios dealing so much damage, and with these two tanky champions providing all that CC.
Yeah, just engaging too far there, taking a bunch of turret damage as well. It's a little bit of an overextension. But one thing I will say is I really liked how proactively Nongshim tried to play the mid game. Like they were mostly, we'll talk about this time where they were not, mostly pretty proactive, mostly pretty aggressive, right? And I think that a team that's like this young, right, and is often nervous, starting to make these aggressive plays means I think we're moving towards a better and stronger Nongshim. So I'll put that in the positives column despite the loss in this fight.
Yeah, no, I would agree. And I want to apologize to Sylvie fans for calling him out as being great in the early game and then watching that play, which was a little bit of a whoopsie on his part. But that's neither here nor there. And to go on with exactly what you were talking about, Wolf, I think we're going to have a look at the lack of proactivity now as we jump into our second highlight. KT go for the longest flank from an Annie ever. BDD was walking up from Narnia, and Nongshim just running away.
The only way out of this for Nongshim is to actually force the fight, and they just were simply not willing to do it until it was way too late. You see Sylvie going in here, and then the follow-up Magnet Storm from Peter, and Fiesta, he has a pretty decent ultimate here, but imagine if that all happened when they had that choke point controlled. Instead, they just walked away, Cassante dies, and it's just not a fight you can win anymore without your front line.
Yeah, it seems super indecisive, and that's what makes it almost a bit more frustrating, because prior to this, they got the Baron by going for a Baron sneak. That was like a great call. It was like fantastic, you know, they found that angle to get an edge of a KT again, because they're starting to fall behind, and then this moment kind of felt like, you know, they're like, oh, do we save Cassante, but what if we lose the Baron? And they're like, oh, just let him go. Oh, no, but we're not going to get away, so we have to fight. And I think another team, I think if you flip the roles, KT would have just said, you want to fight? Let's go.
Yeah. And KT now on the biggest win streak in the organization's history, which is actually insane to me. Like in 2018, that roster was pretty good. But as it turns out, not quite as good as what they've been doing here as far as game score is concerned as well. 2 zeros across the board. Incredible performance so far here for KT. Nongshim, not necessarily, but if you're up against KT, considered by many to be the best team in the LCK right now based on performance. Of course, Genji's series notwithstanding, I'd like to think that there's an asterisk there anyway. I'm waiting for that rematch. It's a rough one for Nongshim, but a fantastic time to be a KT fan.
Yeah, I mean, Cuz also picks up his 1,000th kill in that final game. You know, it's just a good time for these veteran players. And we talked about it in spring. We're like, yeah, if you turn certain dials to certain years for this roster, it's like this roster is actually a super team. But you turn the dial to LCK Summer or even playoffs for spring, and this team also feels like a super team. They're looking so good right now. And they just look happy, man. It's crazy seeing BDD smile, and they always get the camera shot where he's like, what? Whoa!
Happens happens all the time. We'll see whether he's going to pick up another POG or whether it's going to be a certain cow on the bottom side of the map. And it will! Lahen's going to pick it up. He was absolutely incredible this game.
100% kill participation at 14 minutes. He just had a huge impact in the early game. This play, to start things off, of course, with the grab at him, was pretty sick.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a misplay on the other side by Peter, but good capitalization to take advantage of it. And I think the big one everyone was looking at was when that potential huge Nico wall was going to come in. This could have been game-changing, and the headbutt away. So frustrating for Nongshim fans, but the Hens doing exactly what he needed to do in that instance.
Flashless as well. He doesn't have flash for the play and still is actually able to make sure he gets in there and block the Nico. Pretty split vote here, some aiming votes. I thought maybe aiming was going to take it, but we're glad we went for the cow.
Yeah, and did edge it out slightly. Shout out Chronicle as well, voting for it.
Yep, and that one media guy, whoever you are, one media guy, you did an absolutely fantastic job on the voting. And I think that is going to bring us towards a KT interview that involves Lahen's, which is always an absolute joy. So we've got BDD and Lahen's, and they're going to be waiting alongside. I'm pretty sure that we are going to be ready to head over to the interview. Not quite ready just yet.
Any second now, but maybe
yeah,
not.
Any second now.
Maybe
they're just preparing themselves mentally for a Lahen's interview, and I think that makes a whole lot of sense because Lahen's is.
What would you want to ask him?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Why haven't you been playing any more Singed?
I would have asked him if he was going to pick Blitzcrank if they picked Milio. You know, I want to know.
Gotta get that in depth, yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Because now it is time for that interview, so take it away, Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by BDB and Lihan, the POGs on the side of KT Roaster. Congratulations on the win, guys. With today's win, now KT Roaster is having the longest winning streak of the Orcs history. How do you feel? I think we managed to stay alert today as well in order to get this clean win. Same, you know. I just always try to refresh my mindset after every victory. And maybe because KT is on the up and up, KT Roaster seems like you guys are having a great time. How's the team's atmosphere right now? So like we are all in a very similar age group. So as long as we, you know, treat Keen nicely, we have a really good energy and vibe around the team. So we're always, you know, trying to take care of our top laner. And BDD, you were able to showcase some outplay on Annie. So let's take a look at this replay first. Right here, you are able to actually eat up that charm with your tippers. Was that all calculated? So I have my teammates, you know, backing me up, and then Lian suddenly got collapsed on, and I thought he was able to dodge that charm, but still Lihan said, you know, I would have survived anyway, so I was like, you know, unhappy after hearing that comment. So Ari actually went for a Merc threat, so I knew that she's not gonna have enough damage, so I was gonna survive anyways, but I didn't know he was gonna expose me like this. But still, thank you, BDD. The BDD, you are saving your teammates and also doing so much damage on Annie. And then, KT Roaster kind of prioritized Annie all the time this summer. Could you tell us about the preference behind that pick? So KT Roaster is a very fast-paced team. We love having team fights, so Annie, I think, fits our playstyle the best. Lihan, game 2, you guys let Nico through. And also, Nongshim picked Fiora on the top lane. I think KT Roaster kind of prepared a very intelligent draft today. I think the strength that our team has is that we have a very deep champion pool, so we can just take whatever champion that is available on the red side. And then Lihan's, your Alistar, was also doing a perfect job as a counter into that Nico. You are having an undefeated record so far this season. Are you happy with the tank support coming back to the meta? Like, I'm not trying to pay attention to the meta itself, but right now, Alistar is something you can pick when you're lane partner, especially for me aiming lane swap. So yeah, I think he's doing a great job. And thanks to that, I can play Alistar. Indeed, and aiming also won so many POG votes in game number 2. However, Nongshim was able to sneak away a Baron in game 2. How did KT players react to that? I said, like, I think they're starting Baron, and BDD was like, no, they don't have enough damage, there's no way they're doing Baron. But next time, I will ignore BDD's decision and we're gonna check Baron. Not only me, but also the other 3 KT players were on the same page with me. You know, we were all going like, they don't have damage, it's not Baron at all. Lihan, stop it. And I don't know, it happened. And BDD, I think you and Cuz together has a very special synergy because, you know, back in 2018, you guys together won LCK. I think this duo kind of does a special magic work. Do you agree with me? I think, you know, we kind of fully play out the role that is given to us, and we sometimes just take care of each other really well. Cause he really likes to farm in the jungle a lot, so I'm good at waiting for him. So we have great synergy. Lihan, Cuz had his 1000th LCK kill. Keen had his 6th year LCK debut anniversary, and aiming is just about to hit 1500 kills in the LCK as well. You know, you guys have a very decorated lineup here in the LCK. Are you guys looking forward to winning an LCK maybe? BDD actually has something to say about this, so I'm gonna pass it along to him. Well, I mean, we're gonna do our best and win the LCK. So there is only one match remaining for the first round robin, which is up against OK saving Spank Brion. If you guys manage to win that series as well, it's gonna be an 8-1 record for the first round. We will do our best to maintain this form and win another series. We are winning a lot recently, but what really matters is the playoffs and kind of the bigger stages, so we will keep focused until the very end of the season. And this will be the end of the interview from BDD, Lians on the KT roster, and back to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation of a cute little interview between BDD and Lehens, not wanting to admit that they're going to win the LCK because they know that they're playing for KT. And that means that you're not allowed to say things like that. It's just a little bit too much. And gentlemen, we're going to bring up the standings and see what this has done. I believe KT's still going to be in second place. Yep, right underneath Gen G here. And Nongshim, unfortunately, moved down to 10.
Look at that scoreline, though. Even with the loss to Gen G, which they only lost 1 point in because it was a 1-2 loss, they're ahead of Gen G in terms of points right now. They have had so many dominant series, and they are on that crazy win streak. It's pretty impressive what we're seeing here from KT roster.
I feel like it's mounting up towards that rematch between those two. But also Nongshim, you know, after the performance today, they are in 10th place. They didn't feel like they were playing like a 10th place team. And I think we're always looking at the growth of this very young roster. So hopefully there's a lot of takeaways from this series and they'll look better next time.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we see a little bit more from Nongshim. I think that the bottom of the standings have been slowly but surely improving. Even Brion yesterday, as heartbreaking as it was, the only thing that they need to work on now is killing Nexus. You know, the rest of it, they've nailed.
Good at that.
Yeah, KT's very good at that. They might be able to learn in their next matchup there. But the next matchup today is going to be an absolute banger. We've got T1 taking on D+. I was the complete madman that has decided to put my predictions in jeopardy. We'll see whether I look like an idiot or a genius. I have a feeling I understand what I'm going to look like, and maybe I can get that cool clown wig that Wolf had that one time. Review Desk is going to be coming up. You guys can check that one out. That one is with Zeka and Viper. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's going to be that big matchup. We'll see you there.
보이지 않는 DRX 전승 신고합니다. 선수들의 미소나 이런 웃음을 얼마 만에 보는지 기억이 안 날 정도예요. 여름의 서막이 드디어 열립니다. 오케이 우리 되네. 되잖아. 오케이 브리오 꼼짝 마. Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
여러분 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 목요일에 찾아오는 여러분의 리뷰메이트 배혜지입니다. 오늘 리뷰데스크 함께해 주실 선수분들 바로 모셔보도록 할게요. 하나생명 e스포츠의 제카 선수, 바이퍼 선수 어서오세요.
안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠에서 미드라이너를 맡고 있는 제카라고 합니다.
우와.
안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠의 원거리 딜러 바이퍼 박도현입니다.
우와, 반갑습니다. 어서오세요. 압도적인 피지컬, 한화 체급생명 에이스 두 분이 나와주셨는데요. 본격적으로 리뷰데스크 한번 시작해보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 영상 보시죠.
와, 그냥 막 레나타가 달려 들어갔어요. 네. 쓰고 있고요. 그리고 또 바로 바이퍼를 밀어주고 와 그런데 제카가 넘어서 옵니다. 목걸이 바이퍼가 밀어버렸는데요. 지금 뭐 드레이블이 문제가 아니에요. 나머지가 너무 세대요.
아, 그렇게.
한번 영상 같이 보도록 할게요.
이때 원래 전령 싸움을 이제 저희가 준비를 했었어야 됐는데 제가 이거 라인을 푸시를 못해서 좀 약간 어쩔 수 없게 돌아가는 상황이 나왔었는데
네.
저희 팀이 이거 먼저 이니시를 잘해줘서 비록 날아가긴 했지만 네, 이제 한타에 제가 늦어버린 상황에서 좀 각이 안 나올 거라 생각했는데
네.
운이 좋게 이렇게 시야 없어가지고 딱 잘 된 것 같아요.
오, 이때 당시에 바이퍼 선수는 어떻게 보셨어요?
솔직히 이 판에 약간 애니가 엄청 잘한 것처럼 보이지만 사실 여기서 잘 큰 드리블이 오버 포지션을 잡는다? 이 상대 입장에서 이거 기회다. 이거 들어올 수밖에 없죠. 여기서 전멸을 한번 생존해주고 상대 빨리 들어오게 만들고 사실 이건 드레이븐이 만들어준 각이라고 볼 수 있어요.
이야, 어떻게 제카 선수 동의하시나요?
솔직히 우리 둘이 잘했다.
두 분 애니에 원투 콤보로 그냥 게임을 이겼다.
두 분 다 잘하신 걸로 정리를 하면 될까요?
그렇죠.
그게 맞는 것 같아요.
자, 그리고 또 8분 때 바텀 다이브도 있었잖아요.
그래서 이 구도 자체가
네.
칼리스타도 두 분 상대 1대1이 그렇게 안 좋고 레나타가 있으니까 저희는 좀 유리한, 라인전이 좀 유리한 구도인데 이 와드로 뽀삐 위치를 보고 바텀 다이브 설계를 해서 바로 호출했고요. 저희 팀원을. 네, 그냥 잘 주워 먹었습니다, 사실.
정말 사실 애니가 다 하지 않았나. 이 미드라이너로서 할 수 있는 역할을 다 했다고 생각하는데 상대 정글이 갱을 왔는데 여기서 애니가 말도 안 되는 플레이로 빼주고 여기서부터 이제 미드가 약간 이제 좀 라인 관리 잘하다가 바텀까지 이어져서 이제 다이브를 하지 않았나.
바이퍼 선수 동의하시나요?
이거는 인정하겠습니다. 이거는 일단 갱을 받아냈다는 것부터 네, 만족스러운
그래서 끝난 거죠.
아, 박수 한번 치고 그러면 자, 그럼 이제 3세트 영상 한번 살펴보겠습니다.
그러니까 이게 5대4라 그래도 하나생명도 힘은 있어서 하나생명 제카와 바이퍼가 문제. 이게 제리 궁이 끊기기 전에 뭔가를 더 만들고 싶었는데 그게 안 돼버렸고 그래서 결국 시간을 잘 끌었고 달려들어간다 이니시. 근데 여기서 너무 깊나요? 빨리 물었는데 이제 잡혔어.
이때 펜타스 아니구나 이때.
이때는 이 판은 엄청 오랬어.
그럼 바이퍼 넘어갑니다.
자, 그럼 바로 난타 장면 먼저 보겠습니다.
상대가 바론을 치고 불러서 저희가 시야를 뚫으면서 애니 위치를 확인했고
네.
위협이 없다 생각해서 들어갔는데 끌려가서 죽는 동안 약간 뭐 못해줘서 그래서 좀 아쉬워서 이렇게 좀 달려봤고요. 일단 상대 스킬이 빠졌을 때 뭔가 해야겠다는 생각이 들었는데 좀 제발 물어줬으면 좋겠다 해서
네.
때렸는데 이거를 상대가 이런 식으로 빨려 들어오게 됐고
네.
좀 무리하게 건 거를 아지르가 좀 숟가락을 잘 얹었네요.
그리고 이후에도 바른 한타에서 대승을 거두면서 하나생명 쪽으로 승기가 완전히 기울게 됐는데요. 그 장면도 같이 한번 보실까요?
여기는 이제 아까랑 반대로 우리가 먼저 자리를 잡았고
먼저?
네, 이런 식으로 앞라인 치는 싸움이 나오면 저희가 굉장히 유리하다 생각했고
아, 살짝 아쉽네. 아, 잠깐만. 살짝 아쉬운데.
충분했어.
왜 어떤 부분이 아쉬우세요?
좀
우와.
풀을 너무 못 쓴 것 같아. 내가 봤을 때. 풀을 여기다가 쓰고 공을 썼으면 다 넘어갔을 것 같은데. 근데 뭐 덕분에 형이 선택해 먹은 것 같은데? 내가 애니 넘겼으면 잡았을 것 같아.
미덕이 먹었다. 나이스.
그렇다면 이렇게 해서 오늘 준비된 영상을 다 살펴봤는데요. 이제 저 같은 일반 유저들을 위한 꿀팁을 방출해주시는 시간입니다. 이런 꿀팁들은 좀 도움이 되겠다 싶은 게 있을까요?
F1과 F2 약간 이런 것들이 이제 저희 팀 카메라 시점인데
오!
F1 누르면은 저희 팀 탑 볼 수 있고 E 누르면은 바이를 볼 수 있는데
네.
네, 그거를 이제 마우스 여기 옆에다가 정글이랑 원딜을 설정하면은 이렇게 보면서 미드가 이제 많이 도와줄 수 있는 환경을 좀 잘 만들 수 있을 것 같다고 생각합니다.
우와! 마우스 설정으로 또 이렇게 플레이를 잘 해볼 수 있는 그런 꿀팁을 제카 선수가 알려주셨습니다. 그렇다면 혹시 바이퍼 선수?
원딜은 솔직히 꿀팁이랄 게
네.
크게 없어요. 사실 이게 뭐 미드 화면, 뭐 정글 화면 사실 뭐 솔랭하는데 그런 것까지 봐야 되나? 그냥 내 앞에 눈앞에 미니언 잘 먹고 스킬 잘 피하고 스킬 잘 맞추고 그러면 돼요.
내 라인에 집중하자.
그럼요.
뭐 이런 이야기군요.
원딜은 그래도 됩니다.
좋습니다. 자, 그렇다면 이제 한번 선정을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘의 명강사는요? 제카 선수입니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
아, 저희가 또 아까 상품이 있다고 말씀드렸잖아요.
네.
상품 드리도록 할게요. 제카 선수 곧 장마철인데 날씨 요정 아니겠습니까?
네.
짜잔! 우산을 드릴게요.
감사합니다. 네.
불빛이 나는 우산.
불빛이
와.
난다.
네.
와, 정말 이쁘네요. 와, 비가 요즘 많이 오는데 우산이 부족했는데 딱 제 걸로 쓰면 될 것 같아요.
오, 감사합니다. 그리고 또 바이퍼 선수도 꿀팁을 알려주셨기 때문에 제가 선물을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 우산입니다.
감사합니다. 들고 다닐 필요가 없겠네요.
네, 맞아요.
이야.
한번 써보세요.
별거 아니었는데 이거?
와, 상쾌해요. 비를 맞을 수가 없겠는데요, 이거는?
되게 멋진 포즈 한번
너도
부탁드려도
머리 써야
될까요?
되는 거 아니야, 정국이요?
하나,
이거
둘, 셋, 찰칵. 두 분이 좋아해 주시니까 뿌듯하네요. 두 선수 오늘 리뷰데스크 함께 해주셨는데 함께 해주신 소감 한 말씀씩 부탁드릴게요.
혼자서나 이렇게 봤었지. 사실 제 플레이를 많은 사람들 앞에서 이렇게 보니까 부끄럽기도 하고 좀 재밌기도 하고 약간 그런 것 같아요. 그리고 하늘샘 e스포츠에 저희 멋있고 귀여운 굿즈들 많으니까 관심 가져주시면 감사하겠습니다.
우와. 제카 선수.
네, 아나운서님이 너무 잘 말씀해 주셔서 재밌게 놀았고 일단 또 경기 오늘 이기게 된 거 리뷰 다시 하게 돼서 재밌는 시간이었던 것 같습니다.
와. 네, 오늘 하나생명 e스포츠 승리 진심으로 축하드리고요. 자, 이렇게 헤어지려고 하니까 너무 아쉬운데요. 두 분 다음에 또 함께 해주시길 부탁드리면서 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 저희는 다음 주에 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
안녕.
At one point in time, you were the only region to have ever won Worlds.
True. Yeah,
The
no,
fixed
no
basement.
one, no one can take this away from
Absolutely.
us. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
still use that
The
Janna
first
skin.
ones.
All right.
Well, that makes one of us.
You play Janna? Yeah, I was going to say. No one's picking
The
up on
only
the fact
Janna
that I
player.
never play Janna.
Yeah.
If I was to play Janna, though, or like, that
can
I
air
do
up Janna.
like the Gragas. It wasn't the Suche Gragas.
Yeah.
That was his
that
skin.
was-
There's a lot of
And
good
Karthus.
skins.
I know, but like, if you want to mix it up, it's got a good belly on it.
Yeah.
You know?
I think Scuba and Hillbilly are my
I love Scuba Gragas, man.
Thanks.
It's so great because it's such a rare skin.
No one uses
And
it.
then when you use it, it's terrible.
It's
Yeah.
so goofy.
안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠의 탑 킹겐 황성훈이라고 합니다. DRX 아트록스가 되게 잘 뽑혀가지고 되게 만족하면서 보고 있었는데 그거랑 이제 흡사한 디자인으로 이제 꼬마 전설이 아트록스로도 나왔더라고요. 멋있게 만들어 주신 것 같아서 너무 감사하게 생각하고 있고 제가 TFT 할 때도 이제 꼬마 전설이 아트록스를 계속 쓰지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다. 꼬마 전설이 아트록스 많은 관심과 사랑 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
warm welcome back to the LCK as, yes, KT Rolster did 2-0 Nongshim Red Force earlier on. We are moving into DK versus T1 for our second matchup of the night. This is going to be a pretty interesting one, because I feel like both teams are on a kind of similar level at the moment.
They really are, and the level is trying to reach the heights of Gen.G and KT, who seem pretty far ahead of either of these. Obviously, we just came off the back of the Telecom War, where KT handily dispatched off of T1, and D+, their struggles are self-explanatory after they got beaten by Brion, most notably. And for either of these two teams, today is going to be a big matchup. If D+ is able to get the win here, they will be able to pull ahead of T1, who of course are going to play one more series, but getting a 2-0 here would mean that hold on the third place that T1 currently has will be given up. But it's a really tough matchup to gauge, because on different days these teams have looked so completely different when it comes to form.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Battle of two unstoppable teams. I mean, that's one way to put it, because both of them were stopped recently. Crushing defeat against KT. T1 in need of a turnaround versus DK on a 7-match loss streak against T1. And definitely T1 in recent times, especially in regular seasons here at the LCK, they have been the dominant force. Really, it's this season where T1 are kind of getting off to a rocky start, where we could see things change around, but definitely some more focus on Ivern, I think, for this series, as I would imagine both of these junglers would elect to play it if given the chance.
And Canyon has also, I think, looked the best on it. I also want to highlight that even though Canyon has gotten a lot of POGs, he's still been very up and down. When he's good, he basically instantly gets himself POG, but when he's not, obviously the team struggles way more. And Owner has been kind of hot and cold, and I want to echo what you were saying. Over the last 2-3 years, it's been always either D+ or Damwon or T1. And now both these two teams in 2022 summer, or 2023 summer rather, are kind of dropping down, as Showmaker's form in recent games has looked incredible. Faker still searching for what works for him in the current battle.
Yeah. The Battle of the Acres will continue tonight, as everybody's got a smirk on here on this side. T1, like I said, it's a rocky start. There's always thoughts about, okay, what is this team going through? Are they being affected by recent losses in international tournaments? Are they ready to continue back here at the LCK? Are they having still the MSI hangover? Are they just going to turn back up to their top form any day now? A lot of these questions, I think, still remains unanswered, and perhaps tonight will give us some more insight into exactly where this team is at right now.
And a lot of it is going to come down to the mid-jungle. What, even in their ups and downs, I think still is the core of D+'s strength. When the team looks great, more often than not, it is Canyon and Showmaker. It's either Canyon getting early leads and then carrying on carry picks, or bringing out something creative like, well, Ivern isn't really creative, but definitely a weird champion. Or Showmaker.
He's weird, yeah.
He's really weird. Or Showmaker pulling out the Tristana and setting back-to-back amazing performances against Honma, really running over Zeka in that one. And we'll see if D+ can find similar angles here today, because when you look at the teams that they have struggled against, that they have lost to, T1, they lost against Gen.G, they lost against KT, and neither of those, even though it was a decisive loss against KT, are really to be held against any team in the LCK right now.
Absolutely. We've seen many times teams start off really strong and fall off because their strength of schedule was really easy early on, whereas the opposite is also true. So T1, can they take them down? Definitely a question tonight, as we're taking a look at the Acre matchup, Faker versus Showmaker. And in this matchup, I do wonder who will get the upper hand, because stats can only give a part of the story.
Because I think when it comes to stats, Faker looks better. When you look at the gameplay, summer hasn't been that great for Faker. I think in spring he was able to consistently find amazing angles on a lot of playmaking champions, and things like Yari comes to mind. His Cassante was incredible, but this split, haven't really seen that consistency of him. Whereas for Showmaker, obviously hasn't been consistent for really the entirety of the year, but at least in the recent series against Hanwha Life, he looks revitalized, and he has been very open and vocal about the level of kind of burnout that he was dealing with, right? Being able to get through all that, deal with the pressure of having to get back on top form after already having won Worlds and reached Worlds in the finals in 2021 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a look here at the bottom lanes as well. Guma and Keria, known as the best for many seasons in a row. They, I think particularly Keria, have had a bit of a rough start. I think Guma's been fine. He's been serviceable. He's been carrying at times, of course. Keria definitely struggling, I think, against some of the stronger teams. You know, that last matchup against KT was definitely overshadowed by Lahens in that one. So looking for a return to form from him. And Deft and Kellen, they've been pretty solid. You know, I don't think they've been breaking the bank in terms of, you know, their huge wallets or anything like that, and really, you know, overcoming some bottom laners, but they've been strong. So I think definitely could be a decider in this one, which of these bottom lanes will step up.
And we have seen the importance of jungle when it comes to pick priority really gone up. I also want to see what is going to be the read here from T1 in particular, because from D+ we already saw they prioritize the Ivern, which makes us very happy. We like it when people pick new things. We'll see
that are strong.
That are very strong, yeah. Okay, well, I like it when they pick new things, but it's better when the picks are actually valuable.
It's just very niche. I feel like our LCK teams are still like, well, you need 280 carries to make it good. And I think it could go beyond that. It might just get banned.
Hey, there we go.
There it is. I mean, this is definitely the approach, I think, against Canyon specifically. And Showmaker, who has played a fantastic Tristana. So that's the Ivern gone. That's the Tristana gone.
Yeah, I really like this from T1 because D+ showed in the series against Halmba you need to respect this combo specifically. They looked incredible on it, and setting off the first game of a best of 3 by taking away what your opponents dunked on, or dunked on their opponents with at the beginning of the week is definitely a good call, as it's going to be Nico and LeBlanc taken off the board here as well. Annie is most notably still open and will be picked up by Faker here, and we'll see which angle D+ is going to take, as Lucianami is not a thing anymore.
Yeah, no, it's definitely lost a lot of its power with the recent change. Nami herself, I feel like, as well, has kind of fallen out because of that. We only used to see her with Draven sometimes, and of course, mostly Lucian. As Kaisa will be the eventual choice, definitely a strong one. It does kind of show your hand a little bit, you know, if you are going to pick the Sadie carry this early on, but Kaisa is very strong, so I think it's fine in this current meta.
Going to be the Sejuani. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Viego come through for T1 here then. And a lot of teams have started to go more and more towards picking a full-on top side here. Renekton comes to mind, can pick that one up for Zeus, and then you have a really strong top side, a lot of lockdown, a lot of early skirmishing power. See if that is the angle. And it also means that D+ is kind of forced to then either get a pickup of a counter pick in mid, or go and try and get a support. And it is going to be the hover of Lee, who I think is in an okay spot, but not necessarily the best at the moment. And it's just going to be the Viego instead. As, yep, that makes a ton of sense. Now D+ kind of forced to either let this Renekton and this Annie sit, or get at least one counter pick across the board.
Yeah, that is the question. Let's see what they do decide to go for here. Jax, another big top laner in the current meta, can play well into an assortment of things, including the Renekton. So that is going to be the choice here for Kana. Let's see where these bans do lie, as we do have 80 carry available still for T1 to pick, so they are going to take away the Xayah first.
And D+ have a couple of options. They can either ban away, say, the Nautilus, or they can pick it up on R4. My expectation is that T1 will be looking to go towards the Varus. We'll see what the actual pickup ends up being. I really like what D+ have so far, though. with the, as Atlas would say, the purple synergy that we see. But most notably, Jack Sejuani, really strong top 2v2, can actually match, I think, the Renekton and the Viego when executed well. And then additionally, both have set up for the Kai'Sa, as instead it's the Aphelios that is going to get denied here from Gumayushi. Weaker due to circumstance, but Gumayushi very adept at the champion, so not going to be given over this time around.
He's been hit on many different fronts, and mostly just in terms of items and runes. But yeah, he's still played from time to time, but he's not like the B1 powerhouse that he was, which I think is good.
Yeah.
For the health of the bottom lane, right?
Certainly.
And let's see what happens here. Alistair, okay, finally getting some respect. The cow in the bottom lane, and might denote that they do want to go into their Rel pick, which we did just see get countered in the last series. Jace.
Yeah, this would be for Showmaker. The Jace was a pick that even at MSI we saw a lot into the Annie. So Showmaker gonna bring that one back here. Also melee and a great combination with the Sejuani as okay, T1. We are all inning on the dive, and that is a That's a goal for Samira Rel, a combo that has been there for the longest times, and Kai'Sa not going to be too happy about that one, and especially if you go for something like a Rakan.
Yeah, that lane is...
it's not fun.
Not good in the laning phase, but they may just go for it anyway. There is the Rakan pickup. And T1, they are going headfirst into a brick wall, although that brick wall is not... You know, the mortar hasn't really settled in just yet.
No,
you know, it's not there. Actually, the bricks aren't there either. Actually, it's just a wall.
It's just the concept of a wall.
Yeah, you just stare at empty space and you're like, here lies a brick wall. You're like, that's very deep. Yeah. So T1 very aggressive with this kind of composition. You could kind of tell, especially with the Alistair, that the Rel was coming through, but the Samira Rel, the combo, making its way back onto the Rift with the recent Rel buffs.
And both of these compositions are extremely punishing when they generate a lead. I think T1's even more so, and they are somewhat more reliant. But I've seen way too many late game...
It's Korean Giga Chad!
Oh my god, he's here!
We found him! Oh my god! The real Korean Giga Chad! Yeah, see? We found him for you guys. You know, we've been looking for a while.
Everyone,
here he is.
You know what your job is.
Yeah, there's Peter's dad, and then there's, you know, the original as well.
Yeah.
So there you go. He will be leading the chants, of course. Jokes aside, he is a collaboratory content creator.
Yep.
with D+. So he will be leading the chant here for game number 1. And maybe the future games as well, not sure. But here's T1's comp, very headfirst into the Rift, which is kind of the way things go nowadays. Similar on this side, but definitely a lot more arm's length on the side of D plus Kia. We'll see if they can play it out well against the aggression from T1 as we hop into the Rift for game number 1. All right, the chant has been led, and T1 against DK. This one, it really does feel like it could go either way. I don't know what to expect. I think a lot of people would still lean T1. There's still that faith that, okay, you know, they're fighting against really strong teams and losing. That's the thing. It's Genji and KT who are, they didn't, I mean, Genji came off of MSI, seemed like they have pretty much no hangover, and that's lucky for them. That's good. They've worked it out. And KT may be the strongest team right now in the league, but is T1 number 3? I think you could definitely make a strong case for that. I think if they dispatch of DK pretty easily tonight, then we would be absolutely convinced. Will it happen, though?
And even then, what is really remarkable to me is that it feels like I said, for ever since basically 2020 summer, we've had a pretty consistent one team fixed, which was before it was Dom1, and then afterwards it was T1. Because even when T1 wasn't able, like last summer, to actually get the win, and it was Gen G pulling ahead, they were still very clearly contesting for the best team. And I feel like right now, just doesn't really feel like that is the case. So both these teams are going to be looking to really showcase a performance that gives us faith again that they can contest KT, that they can contest Gen G, as Guma, not that many games, but still looking good here on the Samira. A pick that definitely is pretty binary in does it work or does it not?
Yeah, and you see the win rate of Kai'Sa over Samira. I think that Kai'Sa has been better in a lot of metas compared to Samira, so I think that's part of it. I think the other part is that, you know, Samira Rel, unless you're engaging, you're very short range. Rel is a melee support, right? The Kai'Sa has had weak lanes against longer range AD carries and enchanter supports, but if she gets a free lane, she's going to be in a really good spot. So that's going to be something to look at. As Canyon, he says, well, we want to get aggressive, but so do I. He's level 3, and he is wrapping around here, and will not see the VA go for now. Well, now he does.
Owner spots him, but there is topside prio here for Arcana that get the shove-in as expected in the early levels of the Jax, so we'll be okay. And I think Canyon looking for some early aggression is really good. Like, these skirmishes to me are really going to set the tone and the pace of the game. As
Canyon's coming over. Faker in a little bit of trouble here. Taking a lot of damage. The flash knocked back as Faker. Uh-oh, he's gotten too close to the sun. One auto does it, and Showmaker sets up a kill onto Faker in the mid lane with just a little bit of help from Canyon.
Nicely done there by Showmaker. Good use of the phase rush. Gets behind him with the flash. Knocks him back. And that is a wonderful... And this is exactly what I was saying. Where I'm going to be looking for early ganks, looking for early skirmishes, because whichever team can get their top side ahead is going to have such a better time. Because as important as I think bot lane is, both Deft and Gumayushi are really not going to be able to play the game if their top side is behind, because they're going to rely on them for engage, as we might be having a follow-up gank here.
Yeah, I don't know if they have much of an idea, as here we go, coming in from behind. Guma is not going to get knocked up, and he has to flash the Rakan. So that's Samira down a flash using the projectile knockaway a bit late as well. So that's going to put this bottom lane in a great spot, even if they don't get that kill onto Samira.
And note as well, Showmaker just completely ignoring. Gets phase rush, able to stick right there with Faker, and then goes for the flash. And then at that point, Faker just taken down by the continuous orders. Canyon just ensuring that the actual kill can be picked up. And then immediately running towards bot lane and getting a flash out of Guma as well. And Guma, you know, navigated it nicely. They're able to get like the dash back, but then still had to flash as Kellen held his W. And it is early game looking good here for D+.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that Canyon, he does have to sacrifice a bit with this. He does get one Rift Scuttler, but he's also very far behind on camps. Like, he is 4 camps down right now, as Owner has just basically been perma-farming. So we got an engage here, trying to get on top of Kellen. He's just going to dash away onto his support as a big gank in the mid lane, as they're finally getting on top of Showmaker. Again, flashless, able to hold on to that flash for quite a while, and they take him down.
And Zeus with a really good roam. One of the biggest differences that we saw between Keen and Zeus in the last match wasn't necessarily the laning phase, although Keen generally was able to get a lead, but the impact on the map, right? Keen's teleports and his plays were one of the big reasons why T1 looked completely helpless against KT. Zeus with the roam here, able to teleport his way back. Uses the early pressure of his Renekton to set up a kill as D+.
Yeah, Faker level 6 here. He's got Tibbers. That is just Kellen down as he is left out to dry in the river. And that will be a kill onto Guma. No flash, no problem. We'll pick up that money.
These early skirmishes are so important, and even though D+ started off well, we now have a kill on Guma and a kill on Faker. T1 going to be feeling a whole lot better here. And we'll have to see if D+ can find their way back. I think their ability to win skirmishes on the top half of the map is still going to really be there. Also, Deft, if he's able to join with a Killer Instinct, can create some leads. And here you see, like, even with the ward being there and Showmaker being aware, Bone Plating is still up, Zeus has Dominus, and the CC Chain Yeah. Just play safe mid. Like, what do you do against that? And that play is just good on T1. But this play, I think a mistake from D+, trying to contest here when there is not even a concept of prio in mid. Doesn't work out, get engaged on, and immediately taken down.
Yeah. And this is the thing about Rel with the changes, is that she's got a ranged stun. Like, Kellen is just walking at the Rel, and there is a Annie with stun prepped right behind the Rel. So you're gonna die. You're level 4 Rakan. You're not tanky. Like, it just seems pretty straight up, but it does feel like a lot of people, you know, maybe underestimating the power of the Rel and what it can bring in. As we have definitely had enough time for people to kind of figure out what she does now and why she is strong, and she certainly is strong. Be able to set that one up.
So we have Owner waiting in the wings here. But it doesn't look like a lot is going to happen as this just goes in. I mean, bullying Khan out of his lane is a good setup. The Herald Rider is spawning in about 5 seconds, and if T1 can pick that up early, put more gold into their carries, would be a good angle as Guma.
Oh, Guma gonna block that one, but he still doesn't have flash, so he will be taken out, but Kellen gets the kill. Kind of unfortunate, but at least they do punish the Samira in the bottom lane and get this Kai'Sa some more room, as meanwhile up on the top side, Zeus is taking some great trades. Every single time Kana doesn't have cooldowns, he is going in and getting big chunks of Kana's health.
And we have D+ seemingly also being aware that can't allow this bot lane to just play the game. Guma needs to be kept down if the Samira gets too far ahead, particularly with the short-range comp that D+ have outside of specifically Shock Blast. Playing into Samira is going to be kind of a nightmare, as we have another setup attempt here around Showmaker. But with Keria showing, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see Canyon hover, and Owner decides the better of it as well, just pieces out. But Zeus did force Kana's TP, so Kana is able to stay alive, but will be down as Guma.
Guma is not level 6. Passive coming in, Barel is here, and now the Rakan joins as they do not get the knock-up on Aguma, as he's just able to dance around them like that. The Magnus Storm is here, and so is that S-rank, as Guma's going to pick up the kill. Here comes Canyon, trying to shut them down on the bottom side. Might be able to get Keria, but look at Guma, goes in, picks up another kill, as he is pretty dead, though. Will he be able to execute? He did already get the value out of this one, as he's just trying to get the wave here. Just zoning him off the turret is Showmaker. Picks up the shutdown, 450 gold. It's pretty good for the Jace.
And means that the golds, for now, will remain even. A lot of money into the pockets of Showmaker, and it's continuous back and forth being traded here, as this is the previous gank on Guma. Very successful, even with him cancelling Canyon's ultimate. Still going to get engaged on. That'll be the end of it. And then here, Deft feels like, as he should, he has a lead, but look at how much damage he's tanking from these minions, right? So by the time that he goes in, he really needs to respect the damage that's available. And then a level 6 is hit, and the damage is more than enough here. Huge wave as well, so basically impossible to fight him. But then Canyon still going to be able to get himself in this situation.
Oh, big trade in the top side. Zeus still looking for those aggressive trades, but Kana's just going to shut him down. As I saw that Zeus picked up 2 items after that, 2 components, so it looks like he was just down on... yeah, not the trade to take. He's kind of just barely going to take that one. And now Owner doesn't maybe not know about the Sejuani that's behind him here.
Might not matter, though.
Yeah, maybe just a free kill for the Viego?
Could be the case.
Let's see how this works. Flash still available for Kana as he's going to hop to a ward. He does have the counter-strike. Flashes one, gets the stun, but the flash Q is enough, as Owner will take him out and has the enhanced recall to get away.
Important for Owner to actually pick up the kill there with how much was invested, as he goes Triforce Viego. You love to see it.
Cool.
Not something we see very often. Faker using the movement speed to keep himself alive there. And with Triforce done, with Gore Drinker done, T1 going to be looking to get themselves to 2 Drake lead here. And we do have Kentak still in the pool. But outside of that, a lot of good Drakes still available here.
Let's see how it's going to go. T1 really want to begin stacking these, and they should be able to get this for free with the bottom lane of DK just backing. Let's see what the soul is, as you're mentioning. And it will be tag. So...
well, think of all the... tenacity is actually good though against D+. So, you know, that's nice.
Sure.
Oh,
It's just not as good as damage. Zeus in a lot of trouble here as the passive does come in. There is the ultimate Counter-Strike follow-up. Zeus, no flash.
No Dominus.
No Dominus. He is getting chipped away at. He is still Renekton, but he gets just bopped on the head as Kana going to take another kill. And Divine Sunders him in the face.
And Canyon has been so proactive here, setting up for his laners. And it means that D+ is still able to stay on gold parity. So we take another look at the play here that got Kana his solo bolo. And yeah, as you point out, Zeus is working with a lot of components not being available here. Sitting on a cookie as well.
Oh, nice, he says.
Gets the kill. And then here, even with Zeus flashing, he's unable to like find a slice and dice angle. The permafrost still goes up. And as a result, easy setup here. And Dominus, only a few seconds off, but D+ identify the timing, get the kill, pick up another lead there. It's really big because this Jax is always going to win side when it comes to the later stage of the game, but Renekton can really extend the period for which he's relevant in the 1v1 by getting leads and putting himself further and further ahead. Not going to be the case here this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Kana's in a great spot. Let's take a look at some of the gold diffs that we do have. Showmaker got that shutdown. He just picked up his Duskblade. A very nice spike, especially if we do have an upcoming fight. Maybe on the second Rift Herald, we have seen a decent number of teams try to fight over that and just use it to try to take mid-game priority.
Guma also going for Duskblade Samira. If you haven't seen it yet, yeah, you're gonna be in for some fun.
Well,
if you are Samira or a T1 fan.
Yeah, or a Samira enjoyer.
If you're a D+ fan, then buckle up.
Yeah, it's one of those items that I feel like they had good intentions in mind. It doesn't feel fun to play into, but if you're playing with it, it feels fun. I don't know if that's good, but it's in the game.
That is a lot of League of Legends experiences.
100 to 0ing someone is it's very fun. It's really exciting. Getting 100 to 0, not so much. And let's see how this one goes. As owner not able to take away a red. Bottom side, Showmaker working on a Manamune bounce. Deft in a decent spot, but the 3 kills on the side of Guma definitely going to feel good for him.
Yeah, we're going to need to see some decisive fights, though, from T1, and we see D+ in full position, ready to try and contest here. Take a look at what the Samira can do.
Yeah, this is a very decisive fight from both sides. They're trying to get in onto the Sejuani. That's not going to work. Canyon is getting very low, though. He has to get out of here, as they're not able to get on top of Samira. And that is going to be a huge amount of damage just thrown into Kana. The rest of DK just do not even engage. Deft having everything up, and that's going to be a win here for T1.
I think there you see the problem for D+. Their tank, not tanky enough just yet. And if Canyon can't catch the first engage, and it's not D+ that's on the engage, because let's be honest, with Rakan and Sejuani, the opportunity is definitely there. T1 is just going to kill whoever you target. It doesn't matter if it's Canyon, doesn't matter if it's Kana. They're going to go down, right? Between any CC plus the amount of upfront burst, all that T1 wants to do is start getting Samira online, start getting resets for Viego. And for D+, it's really tough, because I think you need to either be the one engaging, or you need to find a way to actually absorb the upfront engage and the burst, but
sitting here and taking the brunt of the combo.
Yeah, just doesn't really work. Like, Keria is effectively engaging only a single person, right? And then Canyon immediately has to go out, and the rest of the team can't follow up because Deft and Showmaker can't walk up because there is a Samira that will ult on them and just straight up kill them.
Maybe
and they
if
don't have front line.
Stopwatch wasn't in the game, they could have killed Faker, and then maybe it was a more even fight. But Stopwatch, a great item. Faker identifies that. He's able to use it.
He's aware?
He is, honestly, he's aware of it. And
he knows.
Honestly, a lot of our players are aware of it now. The Stopwatch purchase rate has gone up 65% in the last 3 years. I just made up those stats.
No, that's definitely accurate.
But yeah, it's definitely true.
You can verify this carrier.
There it is, a huge Magnus Storm right onto that backline, a huge combo as they take out Showmaker. He cannot use any of his buttons, any of his gold, doesn't matter, he's just gone. And T1, they are pulling the trigger on anyone that they see. Just so happens that that one was the soft underbelly of the DK comp.
Not a whole lot of counterplay to that one, but D+ getting caught repeatedly off guard here. And it is the triple flash commitment. Actually, quadruple flash, because Carrier flashed as well as Faker.
A little bit of an engage here. Kaisa able to potentially get some back as Deft gets the pick off. Faker is roaming through his own jungle, thinks he's safe, but he was not.
Still a favorable trade for D+, or for T1 rather, but I do like D+. These type of exit kills means that at the very least Deft is going to get closer to another item, that you're not falling too far behind in gold. And Soul Point for this Soul isn't game over, right?
Yeah.
Giving over a Chemtech Soul is not going to be the end of the world. If it was Infernal and you have the T1 comp, I'm like, nope, that's...
Yeah, then it would be GG.
That's the end of it.
Yeah.
That is not the case here.
And DK has ways to play out this game. Yes, they are behind, but it's only 700 gold. It is a bunch of Drakes on top of it. And yes, T1 is really able to press a ton of buttons like this and isolate one target and take them out very quickly, as we do have in live Kana experiencing that as well. A 2v1 this time around. Rift Herald at the same time is being thrown into the mid lane turret. And that is going to be a nice little lead here for T1, getting a couple of big picks. Might even be able to get this bottom tier 1 as well.
And now for the first time, we actually start to see T1 pull ahead in gold, and with a composition like this, that's always going to feel good, as it's just a teleport that is able to take down Kana. Zeus gets his Ruthless Predator, and then the CC chain with the damage from Faker is more than enough. The 1v1, sure, Kana's going to do great in, but if you involve an Annie as well, not so much the case.
Yeah. You saw that Q just sailing in slowly from Faker, as that was really what led to his demise. If the stun was not in range, then maybe Kana gets away, but it was not meant to be. And yeah, I mean, DK, they definitely have ways to play this out. They have really nice poke with Jace Kaisa, especially with the current Kaisa builds. They have enough AP within the Kaisa to actually be relevant. And they have a decent 1-3-1 as well. You put Showmaker in a side lane.
Yeah.
The Annie's not really going to be able to match that, outside of her Tibbers combo at least. And then Kana, as we all know, the Jax eventually is going to balloon out of control. But certainly T1 are taking a lot of paths towards making this game about their engage and about the 5v5 and trying to get big leads through it, and so far they've done a good job of that.
And I also think that T1, as we saw them against KT looked incredible, but T1 also didn't really look to be on the same page. With a composition like this, you have to be. Like everyone, as we saw there, the call is maybe even less important than just making sure that you hard commit on whichever play you end up making. And for T1, the Drakes are kind of so-so, as mentioned. I think if this is a situation where D+ is literally forced to fight from here on out on every single Drake because they can't give up Soul, I would feel a lot more secure about T1's odds. I think they're still very much in favor here, because even a composition like this that can struggle, right? When we look at the amount of burst that is there, as we get deeper and deeper into the game, it's going to be harder to actually get that off. Range is going to matter more and more. The 1-3-1 is mentioned. The fact that Jax is seemingly going to be unmatched in a side lane. Those are all big, but right now, I'd say for like the next 10, 15 minutes, that's not really going to be relevant, and that's more than enough time to, you know, win 1 or 2 team fights, get a Soul, get a Baron, and end the game through that.
Well, it's definitely going to be the angle for T1. We'll see if they can pilot that correctly. As I was saying, the damage from the Kaisa as well as the Jace will be relevant, as long as they can hit it. Did hit Guma, but he's got a Vamp Scepter and he is Samira, so he should be just fine. But we'll see how that does line up when it does come to fighting before objectives, most importantly. Let's see if DK show any amount of priority on this Chemtech Soul. I would imagine that you don't want to give over a Soul for free, regardless of what Soul it is.
Might just try and trade Baron for it. As Guma, this was what I was going to talk about, actually does finish his Collector. Such a big power spike, right? Like, look at what T1 is across the board. Kampong Chainsword, done now here for Zeus. Guma actually getting his Collector as well. Faker finishing, the Rylai's So many 2-item power spikes, and we do have it for Deft and Showmaker, but the rest of D+ not really able to keep up, courtesy of the gold lead.
What is the Kempung Chainsword for? Is that just for the 1v1 against the Jax with Divine Sunder?
I guess, yeah. Radiant Virtue. I don't love it. It might also be straight up just I want to finish an item
as soon as possible,
so we can win
since
the
it's
upcoming
really
fight. Yeah, could be the case. They also have Owner going Black Cleaver, but I don't really mind doubling up on Cleavers personally, as we do have D+, actually opting into the contest here. And do note, can Deft output damage? Does have 2-item spike. Should be a lot stronger here.
Poke is coming in, but Faker wants to start this. He will catch Showmaker, but no follow-up here from T1 as Keria is stunned up by Canyon. Throws in his ultimate just to disengage, as now that is no Glacial Prison for this fight, but no Tibbers Flash for the side of T1.
And we do see Showmaker there. Overall, if they can slow this down, if they can lend the poke, I think D+ still have an angle here. Look at Kellen's engage as well.
I'm going to be looking for that. Going to be looking at Keria as well. If he can find an angle, Kana is spotted on the... Yeah, you're on top of a ward. There you go. Going to hit it now as T1.
They need to go in.
Pressuring forward, but they're eating so much damage. Before the fight even begins, I mean, look at the Shock Blast. Look at the W's here from Deft. Keria looking for the angle, does get onto the front line, but that is not the meaty underbelly of this composition as Keria goes down. The damage, we gotta look for Guma, he flashes in, he takes down Kellen and Deft in one fell swoop, and the resets are coming in here for Owner as well in the river. T1 breaks up the fight, and they take it down.
And Keria does end up giving his life, but the most important thing is he starts off the fight. And if T1 had waited a little bit longer, D+ was retaking control of that river. But instead, T1 get themselves the soul, get themselves the fight win. And Guma, even more gold into the pocket of this Samira.
Yeah, the difference in terms of the amount of work that Keria is getting done versus Kellen. I mean, the Rakan was the last pick for DK. It's just not really amounting to too much, and Keria has gotten significant engage after engage. Even just getting the flash out of Deft is good.
And even though Keria ends up going down, right, Kana and Canyon are unable to actually protect their backline. And the moment that Guma gets on top of anyone that is even remotely squishy, they're just going to get blown up in a split second.
Shield bow done.
Yeah, I like it
Level
as well.
13.
Low or late shield bow. Obviously, item got buffed on this patch. Don't want to pick that up early. Looking at you, Viper, with the scaling that it has. And in this position, though, gonna get a ton of value out of that as T1, as they should. Gonna continue looking.
Oh, and DK are trying to contest a red buff as they're gonna throw in an ult on the Keria, but the stun comes through. They're going all in on to Sejuani, but they could pick anyone at this point as the damage is there. T1 are rolling over DK at this point. They're gonna take out Kellen as well. And that should be Baron from here. Only 3 members of DK remain.
And now T1 making their way over towards the pit. Kana, he's getting something. It's not going to be too relevant, I think, to the gold lead or
Tier 1 tower.
It's a bounty, you know. You're getting a small win, but T1 right there continue to push the lead. Well, this is actually, you know, another bounty and an inner. You'll sign up for that. But Kana doesn't even have a second item yet.
Yeah.
That turret is not scared of him. Turret don't care.
He's ran out of a wave. Meanwhile, T1 going to take the Baron down. So now they have Chemtech Soul and the Baron. This is the exact outcome that you were talking about, Chronicler.
As the contestant to come through here with Kana not opting for the teleport. Did have it available at this point in time, I think. And to be fair, even if he teleports, I don't really think it changes anything. And you see T1 on the front foot. This composition looks either amazing or really rough, right? And in this game, we have a pretty good answer. And for D+, feels like when the early skirmishes didn't really go their way, that already was a rough sign, and Kana unable to really push his lead. Went from 2-1 to 2-4. And T1 Elder spawning in about 3 minutes, and with a 2-minute Baron buff, could be a very smooth setup for them.
Well, they're really overextending to kill a level 16 Renekton in the mid lane. DK desperate for anything at this point, and they are getting only stopwatches. And it's going to be a big price to pay for it, as that's going to be the end of this bottom lane, I think, as Deft is being chased down by Faker. The rest of the team just pushing mid and looking to end the game as Faker is just walking the Kai'Sa down the river and into the death chamber. Down he goes as the inhibitor getting taken out here. T1 not going to overstay their welcome, as actually maybe they will. The TP is coming in, and I guess he might as well at this point.
Yeah, no Deft available. Their carries are all alive. Zay's coming in with a fresh GP. T1 looking to go up 1-0 here.
And there it is, the Magnet Storm. So much still left over here on the side of T1. They will get that juicy front line on the side of DK this time as the S rank comes through, and T1 will roll over DK here in game number 1. Down will go the Nexus in 27.5 minutes. T1 are back here for game 1.
T1 draft a consistent game plan and execute on it. Wow. And, the biggest difference for me in when we look at form, carry out. Because that Rel performance was really what enabled Guma actually getting multiple pivotal engages in the early game and showcasing why the Rel has been such high priority. And I was cautiously optimistic, 40+ coming out of the draft, but Rakan really felt like it didn't hit the mark at all because we didn't see any engages coming through from them. And you got to think, even though it might not pair as well with the Kai'Sa, and a support that could have provided more peel. You know, Braum comes to mind, Jenna is another, which even though I don't think the pick is that good, into Rel specifically, it really can provide a lot of issues.
There's a reason why they banned Alistar.
Exactly.
It wasn't so you could pick Rakan.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rakan, it was like, it did Rakan things, which was like kind of delay the rest of T1 from following up, but it did nothing to peel against the Samira. And Guma's like, okay, well, this Rakan doesn't exist for me, so I just get to get a free entry right through the front door into the squishy poking champions on the side of DK. And T1, their team fighting was great as well. They got everything together in terms of Keria pressing his buttons. You talked about it before, a very straightforward game plan is sometimes all you need when things are a little bit rocky. So T1, a very dominant game 1 victory, but they will go back to the drawing board and try to dominate from here on out. Let's see if DK also will have an answer for game 2. But first, guys, we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
순식이 1도 없다잉. 나궁 또 돌아. 라인 조심. 아 순식이 없어. 라인 꼬지 마. 나 박아도 돼. 이상한 짓만 안 하면 될 듯? 라칸 3초, 라칸 50이야. 딱 봐봐. 왜. 세이스.
볼 수 있나?
그렇지. 타워? 뭐가 없네? 타워. 나 세게 맞아. 나이스.
나이스.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space after the T1 victory over DK in this big match to decide which one of these teams is going to be remaining solidly on the left-hand side of the standings. T1 coming out with a bang. Amazing early game draft, and speaking of the draft, we have a lot of things to say about it, mostly towards that bottom lane. Wolf, how about we start with you? What were your thoughts on this one?
I mean, Ox and I think are pretty aligned on this. The ban on the Alistar ended up being very impactful, and it was very telegraphed. Okay, we're playing a Rel lane. They have Samira, very strong on this patch. We'll get into that later. But then the response here to play Rakan into this really just made me feel all kinds of bad things, because it's just not going to have a lot of agency. It's very squishy. You're not going to be able to make an impact unless you're able to hit that Samira directly, which you do not want to be doing as Rakan. So
yeah, I also think, like, because not only is the Alistar good in a Rel, but it's actually like the hardest counter to Samira, because anytime she goes for like an aggressive play, you can always just headbutt it. You can only flash the headbutt. Anything else that's interrupted. And also, if you dash in, he has his Q as well to interrupt it. And I think if you're into Samira, you need really easy CC to lock her down and stop her doing a thing. And all they really had is like the Jax, which is hard to get on top of it. The Sejuani, the ult can be blocked, and the Q is a bit tricky to hit on her. And then the Rakan, and we saw that Rakan just wasn't sufficient in these team fights and kept honestly just getting exploded. So I think it was a bit telegraphed with that ban, but also a fantastic 2 picks. You remove the Alistar, and it really just opens up this bot lane to completely dominate in the fights.
Yeah, and when we see Rel rising in priority, I think that a lot of people, their minds go back to Samira Rel, which was the quintessential Rel lane. And Gumayushi's always been a fantastic early game player on that bottom side of the map, right? Known for his Draven, known for a lot of these picks that are very oppressive. And it really felt like T1 went back to an old strategy, right? Like where you pick 3 winning lanes, you have Ona with as much agency as he wants. And it was beautiful to see actually some added coordination in some of these team fights. And we'll have a look at one of them right here. Here's highlight 1, where T1 start to demonstrate that things are going to work out for them.
this is really a lot of things going exactly the way that they want them. T1 here, Guma knows that he's close to 6 here, and he wants to try to bait this engage with Keria coming over here, also having level 6, and then Deft gets caught here. The Glacial Augment actually going to help. It's a good flash here from Deft, but ultimately Kellen is still taken out, and with no protection here, Canyon is just too far away. The minions block him from having an impact here completely. Guma then gets over the wall and takes out Deft, who will eventually subsequently be killed by Showmaker here, but that's going to cost them a lot of prio in an upcoming Drake fight, and this is a huge win for T1.
And also the fact that massive wave was lost for Deft, and then Guma actually got to clean up the wave there as well, so big advantage. And you know, Canyon honestly had a really strong start of the game, was active mid, was active bot, and then this was kind of the turning point where it's like, okay, Canyon was there in the end, but they were just winning 2v2, and even with the extra members coming in, it's still a straight up.
Yeah, and to just go back to, because our next highlight is going to be a little bit further into the future, we did have the top side going relatively well for D+. Canna being able to get a solo kill was actually amazing, but then we got to this moment here, gentlemen, and this is where it all went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Keria's engage wasn't amazing, but Guma's still able to, because of it, get into position here to blow up the backline, and of course over here on the front side of things, T1 are winning that fight as well. D+ are 2 split. And this comp is so good in choke points, if you're not on the Drake already as D+, you probably want to walk away from this one.
Yeah, and this is exactly how Samira should play. You're a bit patient, waiting for the CC to be down, and then you're able to go in without anything to stop you from playing as you want to. Also, it is the Dustblade Samira. It's an interaction that's nerfed next patch, but available on live. We didn't see it show up too much there, but basically, if you're channeling your ult and you get a takedown, it keeps channeling and you go untargetable. So it's really suffocating. If you ever let her get to that point when she's ulting and getting kills, the fight's just over. Yeah. And that kind of is what happened there. You know, you saw Kelling actually try to dive in on Gumayusi, and Gumayusi like dove past him and dodged it. And at that point, it was like, well, you've got nothing left.
Yeah, we really did see that exactly what Wolf was saying. The Rakan, pretty much useless in this one. So we're hoping to see a little bit better. Of course, D+ will be moving to the blue side, moving into game number 2. Of course, blue side has historically been a meme of T1's, but also their strongest side of the map as well. And so we'll see whether we can get a 3-game series. After what we saw in game number 1 and knowing what D+ has done in the past, I think it's safe money on a 2-0 for this one. My prediction sort of in the bin. However, I still think that there is a possibility given the blue side. But let's have a look at who picks up POG for this one. This is a difficult one, but Carrier will collect his first POG of the season. Insane that it's taken him this long to get one.
We were leaning towards him at the majority of the game, but towards the end, some of his engages weren't as crisp, but he actually finished the game strong as well. We went for Guma because he did big damage right after some of these engages, but I just love to see T1 go back to a lane they were very comfortable on 2 years ago, where they've clearly been well-versed at this strategy, bringing it out on a patch where it makes sense, and into the Kai'Sa that was so popular back in 2021 as well. There's like, what, 35 games of the LCK in this matchup, and they saw Def lock that one in. They had a plan, and T1 looking really good so far in this series.
You know, and we saw Carrier dominate the POGs, obviously being the overall winner in spring. I think a big reason why T1 haven't looked as good in summer, and also why he hasn't got as many POGs, has been the meta. It's been like Milio Yumi. No one gets POGs for those champions.
True.
But also when like one of your strongest players is Carrier in the support role, this meta where we're moving back to these engaged supports is so suited to them looking good and them having on a pick with agency and a lot of playmaking potential.
Yeah, we know that he's known for things like Nautilus, things like Leona that can get fights started when T1 wants to. And the Rel absolutely fits that docket as well. So absolutely fantastic play from Carrier, well-deserved POG. And now it is time to head back to the casters for game number 2. See if D+ Kia can bring us to that third one.
Thank you, Space People, for that wonderful breakdown as we are getting ready for game number 2. We'll see how this changes. I like that point from Ox right at the end. Carrier kind of being unleashed. A lot of our supports being unleashed on this meta. We'll have to wait and see if Kellen has a response here. As immediately, production's got my back. There's the man, the myth, the legend, Kellen himself. As DK, as aforementioned, is going to the blue side.
And we'll see what they are going to end up drafting. Draft definitely a big part in that one, but D+ opened pretty good. I think the Des did a really good job of highlighting where exactly it went wrong. And if they can stick the landing this time around, we might be going to a third game, because let's not forget, a lot of the early skirmishes actually were pretty even. It was close until Guma really started going, and then from that point on it was not really close at all anymore.
Yeah. I like the ban on the Annie. I think it's just too consistent. Like, it just offers too much. Either you're going to play it yourself or you don't want to give it for free over to T1. So definitely a good ban in the past bunch of months. And she came back. What else are they going to take off the board? Will we see more focus on Nico and LeBlanc again? Is definitely another question. Those two got banned alongside of Vi in the first rotation.
We'll see. Nico, to me, really an outlier. Is the Poppy going to get taken away instead here? I wonder what that means for D+'s draft. Maybe they want to look towards a first pick Vi. Not a champion that Canyon is necessarily has looked amazing on, but definitely one of the strongest picks in the meta at the moment. And Nico, to me, kind of a must ban. We'll see what that is, what T1's ends up with. It's going to be Ashe instead.
Yeah. Ashe getting the respect she deserves, but also a little bit of, okay, let's leave a lot of OP stuff open. There's Vi, Nico, LeBlanc, as I mentioned before. Those are all still available. So DK could get one, and then T1 could potentially get two of them.
It's got to be Nico, especially because D+ can flex it. So Nico seems to be a no-brainer to me. Will be given over here towards either Showmaker or Canyon. And that knowledge does make it a little bit tougher for T1, because if you end up going for, say, LeBlanc, it gives a counterpick opportunity to the mid laner of D+, but they're looking to take the risk. Gonna be Fakers, LeBlanc. It's gonna be a little different, you know, it's a different flavor.
Yeah.
Because we will be looking towards a LeBlanc that goes Shiv, as opposed to the traditional AP variety. Lee does make sense. Viego makes sense as well. Both of these pair very well with the LeBlanc.
How about Vi?
Nope.
Nope. Oh, well, okay.
Snap pick.
It was a little bit delayed,
wow.
But Canyon chose it. And yeah, there's a reason why he chose it so fast. It's very strong.
And D+, their comp looking great thus far. I really like the combination Vi and Kai'Sa for obvious reasons. Every time Vi goes in, Kai'Sa will be able to reposition. And I wonder if this is going to give T1 the opportunity, or if they're going to go and pick your AD carry now. Because if they don't, then I could see some bans towards Guma. Make his life a whole lot harder, but that's not going to be the case. It's going to be full top side here. Locked in for T1 and for D+ now. We'll see what the bans are going to be. This is where they fumbled last time around. See if they can make the right calls here. I think that the Nautilus will be very high priority for D+, for obvious reasons. Combines really well with Kai'Sa. And the point and click CC, I think very, very good for dealing with LeBlanc. Notoriously slippery. Is Gnar going to get taken on the board? Gnar and Jax, probably? Get banned away here. Although Kana's Jax was not necessarily fear-inspiring in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, he did well in the lane. It just didn't really reach a lane or game state where he was able to really have a big impact in that one. But let's see what they do decide to ban here once again. Gnar. What is the other focus for Guma as well? I mean, you could suspect that maybe they go into Samira Rel again, but they can't get them both together. So that's another consideration. Maybe you could take away the Rel. Here is the Kennen ban.
Interested to see if they want to go like for straight up Samira again. Neela is another opportunity. Does feel like these type of AD carries might be a bit of a safer bet. Xayah, really good into dive, already taken away here as it's going to be a Phalios. So Alistar this time around is available, but T1 can of course just R5 a bit. That does leave it open. And Kai'Sa Rel, with the amount of engage that the Vi also provides, going to be looking really good. And that's Varus, which very strong AD carry, don't get me wrong. But I don't envy Guma in this one.
Feels a little bit like the last game.
It's like Kent?
Side swapped. Yeah, I mean, Kent's
R5
an option.
Kent seems pretty good here.
Is Renata ever a consideration?
Yeah, sure. Works as well.
Janna.
Or it's just Alistar.
Yeah, might just be Alistar. Probably Alistar. Renekton picked up here for Kana. So another big Renekton player picks up another big Renekton pick into Cassante.
One of his comfort picks as
better Tom Kench.
We're not going to believe anything until we actually see the lock-in come through.
Well, it's definitely not that.
No.
Okay. Having a bit of fun before we get the inevitable.
We got a little bit close there at the end with the brand. I was like, oh,
yeah.
wait. Calm down there. Not going to be the case. It's Alistar. As mentioned, great into the Rel, able to cancel a lot of our engages. And, you know, Varus Alistar, obviously level 1's not going to feel great, but post 6 you got good synergy. Could provide some reliable engage and counter engage. Although Vi, still going to be a problem that Guma, I don't think is really going to be able to deal with. So more pressure on the rest of T1 to get the top side ahead so that when D+ do inevitably engage on top of this Varus, they're going to have to pay the price.
Yeah. I do think, you know, it's a little bit like the last game. I do think, though, that T1 have some better options in terms of disengage compared to what DK had in Game 1. So we do have some DK fans here for hoping for the victory. Some T1 fans, of course, always out in force. Make no regrets, as they're trying to... you know, they had to face Genji and KT. Bit of a rough time early on, and now they're trying to go back on the successful journey that they have been on.
And T1 looking to get themselves the 2-0 here. Feels like a reversal of roles this time around. It's D+, a lot of power, incredible early game fights, and even when you get to the mid to late game, the Nico Kai'Sa combination gonna be a tough one. See if T1 can weather the storm.
Well, let's see if they can make it work this time around in game number 2. Let's hop onto the Rift. Korean Giga Chad still here, by the way, to do the fan chants as he sits down to watch game number 2. A very popular YouTuber out here in Korea, as you may have guessed.
I did, in fact, guess that, fellas. So thank you.
Yeah.
For the clarification.
You know,
I really appreciate
the
it.
Korean Giga Chad joke, I think, has kind of run its course. So I'm gonna find his real name and
well, you do
let him know. You know.
I'll take a quick look at the rune setups here. Kenyon going for PTA. A lot more early game burst and a lot of setup when it comes to the mid game skirmishes and fights.
Apparently, it's Horse King.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Good enough.
Apparently in Korean it's Malwang, which is Horse King. So just the literal translation right across for everyone, just in case you were curious. Anyway, we are here for game number 2. Deft is back on the Kai'Sa. I definitely feel like the Kai'Sa is in a really good spot. I'll be curious to see how T1 dispatch of it this time around, if they can.
Faker also going for Demolish here, so really leaning into the split push fantasy of this Shiv LeBlanc. I've already seen it a bunch of times, but here we go!
Okay, there it is. Nice headbutt away from Keria. Takes that at level 1 instead. Will dispatch of Kellen. As generally, as Alistair, level 1, you're kind of just sitting around. A lot of people take Q, but in this case, knocking away Def for the follow-up was definitely the right choice.
Yeah, like it a lot meant that Keria was able to deny any actual damage being done to Guma. And as a result, we now will have still a slight health lead here, but he's not looking too rough for the T1 AD carry. Both ADs also going for the expected Goran's Blade. A lot more aggression, a lot more opportunity for actual gameplay here as Owner making his way over.
Wow. This is a very interesting pathing. Cleared top side, now he comes immediately to the bot. As Flash is down for Def, the stun is going to land. Is the damage there? The stun comes in from Kellen. He saves Def's life just barely. As, of course, Def did have to flash and cleanse just to get out, but at least he stays alive.
So a favorable Summoners trade. Owner, Guma, Keria all going in with the flashes as, unexpectedly.
He's pretty good at this champ.
Pretty good at LeBlanc, yeah, as it turns out. Gonna be fun to see him use this new variety. Of course, changes a lot of how the fights in particular, once you start getting some items, play out. But going back to the bot side, still a favorable trade for T1 because they're able to deny a lot of CS and most importantly experience here to the Kai'Sa. And with lanes like Varus Alistair, if you can hit an early 6 spike, it can give you a free dragon. Like just off of the back of that, if your opponents can't walk up because they're at the risk of getting hit by the chains of corruption, means that you are able to early on get yourself an objective. And we saw in the previous game that was not the best of dragons, but maybe this time around T1 can roll a better one. That is if they are able to actually get an early game dragon.
Saw Cannon was hovering topside. Zeus is taking a little bit of a beating, but should be okay. He is Cassante after all. As Gumayusi has picked up the Kurchizi Asheshi shard here for the Shiv that he is going to be...
Don't do this to me, Veldas.
I thought it was pretty good, as we do have a nice little setup here. Hex Flash, Deft is so dead. I mean, he is just 100% dead. There was no way for him to get out of that one, as it was just a really nice setup from Keria once again.
Keria getting the engage. We'll postpone the Kurchai shard because we actually did some research.
Okay.
Conversation, talk about display. Owner revisiting. A lot of heavy attention being paid towards the bot side, but what's important is that D+ isn't really getting anything on the other end. Might be able to get themselves a Drake though here, and that would be really, really nice. Set themselves up a little bit better for the mid game. But even though Kana is able to get ahead in the 1v1, we see that, yeah, there you go. That's that E empowered auto.
Do it again.
Callan doing a whole lot of work there, like the observers highlighting it as well. Giving early leads to this Varus is going to make the Kai'Sa's laning experience a lot worse. Kai'Sa really is one of the champions where Once you start falling behind, contesting becomes so much harder because of how short range you are. And Shiv helps a little bit, but it doesn't take away the issues completely.
Yeah.
As that is definitely just a minion.
Yeah, trying to join the back one as they ping it. They know this is happening. Can they stop it, though? Keria might just be the sacrificial cow in this case. As down he goes. Showmaker will be there to set it up, but it's a trade kill because Guma gets the rel on the way out.
And that's fine. He can pick up the wave. It's Keria dying as well.
He's full health.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Oh, man.
Looking very rough here for D+ in this one from the get-go. Now, they do have a composition that is exceptional at negating an AD carry, particularly one like Varus that is immobile, that doesn't really have a good way to peel for himself, but
he's 2-0.
Well, yeah, and also if Deft is gonna just be like 30-20 CS behind, then you lose a whole lot of power.
Yeah.
As we go way back, the Hex Flash into combo coming through here, able to get the trample, and then that's the end of it. Guma getting enough damage down, and then here, Showmaker, obviously they are aware that this is happening, but crucially, they're unable to actually get on top of Guma. I'm almost wondering if like Showmaker maybe could have gone for the flash there. Like if you also knock up Guma, go for the follow-up damage. Kellen is dying anyway. Could have been worth it with the wave crashing, but D+ not opting for that. So about Kerchise, it's a reference to a specific anime character. I don't remember the specific anime, but we looked it up. We watched some scenes where the character's name was being pronounced, which was cool.
Kercheesy.
So, well, the pronunciation is Kerchise, so they actually go for like the soft G in the middle, but I feel like that's kind of over the top. So Kercheesies, that's
so Kerchessels. I don't know.
I'm not falling for it, Veldas. I'm not getting worked up.
I don't get it. I'm trying my best.
Come on, man.
They built 3 of them.
Yeah, because we're shivving.
Kercheesy, yeah. There you go. There's 3. Yeah.
So I think we're gonna back here.
Do you think anyone's gonna build a Storm Razor?
I don't think they will. I'm feeling safe. Storm Razor was good for the one patch, and then we nerfed it because it was too good, and then we let it go.
Yeah. It's a tough balancing act, that balancing thing. Hard to get it exactly right in a game with this many variables. Down will go the Rift Heralds, so Canyon's going to get that at least for the trade of his bottom lane, getting absolutely pummeled early on. Also got that early Drake as well, so that's something extra that Canyon has been able to pick up. We'll see what he can get done now that he is level 6. Definitely want to rely on the Vi to actually make plays happen, as our kit would suggest, as Owner comes in and just steals it away, upgrades his Smite, says thank you very much.
Yeah, no Smite available there for Canyon. So unfortunately not going to be able to pick it up as Guma, thanks to the serious influx of gold that has been generously granted to him, courtesy of Keria and Owner, now sitting on the very early Shiv. Assume this is going to be the more AP heavy build, where we just go for the Ginsus and Nashors and whatnot.
Kanna's really far behind this turret here, but he is Renekton, so he's going to be able to taxi onto this wave. Good timing on that. But you saw that Zeus was definitely threatening something. Was able to get the Dominus out.
Yeah, that's on us for thinking the top lane was going to have action.
I mean, it was action.
Yeah.
They were fighting.
True, yeah. It's more so Cassante, I think, that has any fighting. Just him.
It's Renekton. He is a top laner who
we even got a solo kill last game, so I don't know what I'm complaining about. Top lane is relevant, everyone. Top lane matters a lot.
Yeah, it's good, you know, when we have the opportunity at least that we get to say that, even if it's not true.
Guma. This is a 3v3 waiting to happen here.
Keria's, uh-oh. There's a sneaky Vi in the brush, but Keria just going to put his big cow body in front as now Owner comes in and they just snipe down the Vi. Canyon not able to get anything done. Here comes Showmaker on the TP, at least able to trade one back. but still a favorable trade over to T1. They even get the TP out of that one, as it was just basically cleanup, I guess. So T1 off to a very good start once again here in game number 2.
See there, the power of that follow-up. Keria goes in for the engage, and Guma, with his Chains of Corruption, can get so much damage down as Faker is just straight up denying Showmaker access to this wave. Might be flying a bit too close to the sun.
No, he's definitely flying very close to the sun, way too close, and he will get burned. Does a nice little head scratch for that one. And I mean, yeah, he did zone Showmaker off the wave, but that was not
Yeah,
true.
it's not. I'm calling not worth. You know what the best part is Deft made exactly the same head scratch after he died earlier on.
Everyone was confused by that.
He made the same expression as well as.
Oh, nice little play from Keria. Is really trying to get on top of Showmaker. There's the trample, and there it is, the follow-up owner. Gonna take down the kill. And man, this game is messy, but it does feel like outside of the Faker shenanigans, everything is turning up T1.
And Keria seemingly rejoicing in the return of support with agency.
Yeah, maybe a double Keria POG angle. I don't know, man. He's been pretty solid today.
Has been, and we haven't really seen a lot of Keria as T1 seemingly is very aware that this is happening, and obviously see the reluctance from DK because engage on Alistair just never is going to work, so they committed TP as well, but by that time Owner has also shown up. There's more than enough damage available. Counter trade is nice, gives a little bit of gold into the pockets, and then here, what starts off as I think a nice attempt at denying some CS from Showmaker quickly gets punished, as that is way too close to the enemy jungle, particularly taking into account respawn timers. And then here we get, and I think Showmaker as well caught a little off guard. Keria sets up the stun very nicely. Guma, all he has to do is walk up and fire a Q.
Yeah, it's just an alley-oop. Just playing the game, collecting kills. Must be nice.
Must be nice.
Must be nice.
Just walk up, get the kill.
And okay, some actual action up here. We do have Dominus still available, as is Flash. Yeah, I'm going to take that back. No, a couple of flashes. Here comes Owner. And again, he still has Dominus, as the stun will land. Will kind of survive with the Gore Drinker. Looks like yes, but another knockup comes in. Double slice and dice, and Heartbreaker is going to miss. So they do push him out of lane, but Kana will survive.
For now is, yeah, should be able to get an empowered Q off, will be okay. It's Kellen and Canyon looking for someone to get caught in a rotation here. Faker does have his Shiv now done, sitting on a stackless Dark Seal.
Demolish proc.
Yep.
Huge.
I actually like it. You know, I think Demolish, when you have so much pushing power, just feels great.
You think he's going to go, what's that item? Hullbreaker next?
I do not think he will. No.
Why not?
Because you want AP, because that's how you damage.
But you want to push the lane, and you want those extra resistances.
Or you kind of want to do both, ideally.
So Hullbreaker third.
Sure.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
nice.
Yeah, the resistances for LeBlanc are great as well. She used those very well. Really needs them.
Excellent. Yeah, Faker does this thing, as we've already seen, where he kind of over-focuses on his lane. I feel like when he was getting really aggressive onto Showmaker there, he's like, well, surely they're not going to be here, and it's just me versus Showmaker, right? So I feel like this game is really good for him to just play LeBlanc in a side lane and just do that. But he is sitting here, and now he's going to get Magnet Stormed as Kellen is trying to set this up. This is the combo! The alley-oop into the kill onto Faker. Down he goes. Now sitting at 0 and 2, and T1 not really able to follow up on that, even though DK used everything to try to kill that LeBlanc.
And I think T1 might be able to, at the very least, try and set up for a Herald here. With all those ultimates down, there should be an opportunity. But yeah, Faker going in for some of that juicy poke with the Shiv, and then immediately gets murdered. And we see the reason why Vi is such high priority, right? The only downside is that D+ isn't actually able to turn it into anything more. So, mistake from Faker. He gets taken down. But at the same time, looking at what D+ actually able to get out of it, I still think it's a favorable trade for T1. And
it ends up being that, yeah. I mean, Faker was still holding on to teleport. And he could have joined if DK were like, okay, we're going to stick around. And I think T1 would have won the fight from there, and DK realized that, so they don't even contest onto it.
Yeah.
Faker's right back on the bottom side. Like, it wasn't a good play. And now it does end up working for them, as Faker might be isolated once again. He's just going to face check the Bros. The Vi is still there, but no cease and desist here from the Vi as Faker goes back in, just trying to play with his food a little bit. No Drake up for still a minute.
Should be mid lane turret to come through here as a result. If T1 do want to go for that instead, looks like they're setting up to gain control of this river. Bot lane turret also very low, and we haven't actually seen any of the turrets fall, so first turret would be a big boon here. And Faker now gonna get that with his Demolish. Look at that. That's gonna be the first turret lot going over to T1, further solidifying their gold lead. And for D+, I think a lot of it will come down to this Dragon fight. If they start stacking Infernal Drakes, if they get a big team fight here, I think that the game is definitely still recoverable. But if you don't get on top of Guma, if Owner starts resetting, I think the way back into this game is gonna then solely rely on T1 making some big mistakes.
I'm beginning to realize why sometimes Jonah Strong is showing us the top side. I was looking at the rest of the map and everybody was either standing still or backing.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, you know what? So
Yes,
that's why we look at the top lane.
The only viable
I don't know why I
reason.
didn't realize this until this very moment. But it makes a lot of sense now.
Because you're not an observer.
Yeah. Learning those observer tactics day by day, or year by year, perhaps.
Game
at
by
this
game.
rate. Not learning a new one every game, that's for sure. Not at my rate. Well, T1 are sitting here waiting as Showmaker is going to ult the wave. Guma is very aware he can count the minions, turns out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. He's fine.
Yeah.
Completely okay.
He said 4 and he's like, oh, that's weird. I'm just going to back.
Definitely shouldn't walk up. And Showmaker unable to get anything, and that is going to be an Infernal Drake going over to T1
for free.
Well, maybe they get a
Tiki Cassante kill.
Pay a little bit here, but Carrier is in the general vicinity, and so they hear me out. Trade deal. You get Infernal Drake, mid lane turret, damage on bot lane turret, and I get a teleport. And maybe a Viego. No Viego.
Oh, they got his ult, though. That's good. And they're going to lose cannon for it. Yeah. Oh, he does have to flash, but Owner is not holding back today, as he will be able to pick that one up. Faker very fast, but not able to follow up on that one. Skellen just going to crash away. And yeah, I mean, DK, they're really floundering here. They're not finding many angles. They're giving up free objectives. And Owner on a bit of a tear. He's got some help this time. Kana has flash. Will he elect to use it here? He goes into the Dominus, gets stunned 100-0, and down he goes. So no flash involved in the play.
True top laner experience, 0-0-0, only 1v1s, and then
play safe top.
Fed jungler, fed AD carry show up. You're like, what do I do? What have I done wrong? Well, you know, nothing in particular. But this game, with the Drake going over to T1, with the gold lead further expanding, looks to be slipping away from the plus here, Valdez.
Yeah, and this is like the tail end of the huge macro win that T1 got. So keep that in mind. Like, they had already gotten a huge win, and it's DK trying to force a pick.
Yeah. D+ just seemingly not being aware of where to go, how to get back from a tempo deficit. Owner using the invulnerability or the, being unstoppable on the R there to cancel the Vial, and then from that point on, things get very bad as Kana. The unfortunate reality of being a top laner in the game.
You gotta play in live here as they're trying to stop the Rift Herald from crashing. I thought for a second we were gonna get some action. Ends up we did not.
Nope, not allowed.
Well, I mean, we've had 11 kills in 20 minutes. That's a pretty good rate.
We have, yeah.
I think, you know, we're getting more action on average, I would say, here in the LCK nowadays with the change in meta.
It's gotten a lot better.
Yeah. A lot less, you know, just farming as here we go. In goes Carrier once again looking for the pick on a Showmaker, but no follow-up. Big Magnet Storm from Kellen. They will take out the cow. Down goes Carrier as now Zeus left out to dry. They should be able to get this pick as well. That is 2 picks to the side of DK. Now they have their eyes set on maybe the Baron. It's very early. They might still try for it.
Yeah, this is really tough. Oh, they know!
Oh, they're going to catch Owner here. He is in a lot of trouble. No flash, no Heartbreaker, no life bar. Down he goes. That's a third pick.
Ooh, I still don't know if they can do Nash, though. Because Guma and Faker are going to have so much damage. And this early on, yes, you have Kaisa, which has a lot of damage towards the Nash, but the poke might be a problem. We'll see if T1 can stop him here. Otherwise, D+ found their way back into this game.
Somehow, some way, pick after pick, T1 kind of false sense of security, and yeah, they really have to poke him down if they want to have any choice. Showmaker trying to zone, trying to not let the spark fly, as Guma and Faker both going to flash away, as Keria trying to provide a front line here, but Faker just getting 100-0. Down he goes, teleport coming in, and the chains are going to miss. DK on the run, and I think they got out. Yes, they did.
And D+ turn a bunch of picks into a Baron. Incredible influx of gold to come through here, and it all starts with Keria going in on what he thought was Deft. Ends up being Showmaker, and they are able to get out, and then Zeus goes down, and this, I don't think you can turn this into a Baron this early on, but then crucially...
여기. 니코다.
It's Nico.
뺄게.
I'm gonna back.
빼는 게 나을 것 같아.
Yeah.
I think it's better that we back. Like, that's what he said right at the end.
And then here we see Kellen with the re-engage. Gumayushi forced to flash just of the threat of Canyon walking up to him after the Q. And Zeus with the TP, not getting anyone. Guma not hitting an ultimate. And D+, average out the gold. Should be able to take a lot more control of the map following this play.
Yeah. It's not every day that you accidentally engage onto the Nico and get flanked by a Renekton, but DK were ready and waiting, it seemed, for that exact opportunity. So now, with the Baron buff, they're going to try, I would assume at least, to fight over this Infernal Drake, although Showmaker in a rough spot. They may know he's Nico this time, tries to Protobelt away. Keria just waiting, TP's coming in though. As on the edge, they're trying to burst down this Nico. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. But meanwhile, we do have some ghosts going down on the side of the LeBlanc, but it's still 5v4 in favor of T1. They're looking for that backline. Deft is being zoned away. The Heartbreaker gets him down with the help of Zeus. And that is the 80 carry of DK gone alongside of their mid laner. This should be the Infernal Drake to T1.
And after a big gold swing, it's Heartbreak again for D+. As Showmaker gets caught out in side lane this time, and it's stolen identity not enough to protect him, as the rest of D+ just can't quite get there in time. The ult only hits Owner, and as a result, the damage is there. T1 this time around not going to be fooled, and by the time we see Deft join the fight, it's already done. And without the damage of the Kai'Sa, you're not winning anything. Kills come through. That is going to be Soul Point, and basically the entire Baron buff being negated. That's 100 gold minus.
Not anymore.
600-700 gold Baron power play for D+, and we're gonna have a fun little blip in the gold graph, but so Faker might be dead.
Well, he's still LeBlanc. Let's see what he's got in the kit, as the W will miss. Faker doesn't look like he really has it. Okay, he's not going to get rooted, but he does not have a health bar, so one auto should do it. There's the Q. Showmaker does take down the LeBlanc. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is getting some value in terms of the push in the top side. But yeah, most importantly, they do get the Drake. Faker does get caught again.
And will be able to pick up double inner here is T1. Really big win for them. D+ still holding on, 3.5k gold lead. It's not insurmountable. They want to try and fight. I love this.
Yeah, there's no LeBlanc.
Oh, they don't know. Guma doesn't have sums.
They have no idea. This Varus is so dead. The root comes in. He does have stopwatch, which will negate a lot of that upfront engage, but he does go down. The Renekton takes him out. Nico is dead, though. Zeus on the Cassante gets a double knockup. They're turning this around with the help of Mr. Cassante. Another knockup onto Deft, and now Faker is in that back line, lands the chains onto Deft, and somehow, through the power of that top laner, they are able to make it happen. Canyon will get taken out. That's an ace for T1 on this map.
And nothing seems to go D+'s way, even with a beautiful flank to come through from Showmaker. The time about by the best item in the game, stopwatch there, actually quite big as we see Zeus and Owner able to hold off some of the frontline. Deft also crucially doesn't get to join until later. And by the time that Deft is actually able to start doing damage in this fight, Faker has rejoined. And Owner, with the resets, able to keep his health bar full. Carrier doesn't even go down, and D+ not finding the opportunity that they thought they did.
나이스. 준이 나이스. 미드 선.
I think he's talking about Owner.
He's been having a
giving him
game,
a little nice. Yeah, it's crazy though, the amount of disruption you get in this T1 comp with the Cassante and the Alistair. Like the amount of people that are trying to play the game, and they just consistently, they're getting headbutted, they're getting knocked up by the Cassante, double knockups coming in over and over from Zeus, and that's the space that you need if you want your Viego to really pop off, right?
Yeah.
So he's just hopping around, he's doing tons of damage.
It's a trampoline comp.
It's crazy because you see all the helpers on the side of T1 that are allowing the carries to do their job. It's incredibly powerful when you break down a replay like that in slow motion. And so it was not looking great, but T1 are still holding on, and their jungle is incredibly fed. As you can see, GA is picked up here for Owner. We saw in the last
that
game.
Nash is gone. That's an AP Varus. Oh, they're going to try and contest.
Canyon's trying to get in. Let's see the angle. He's going to taxi onto Faker, who flashes over to the team, but now they got to turn. Faker's knocked back. The TP's coming in, and Faker's really low now. DK might be able to turn this one around. The clone is being sent forward, trying to tank up some space with that. Another knockup comes up on the Kana, as the follow-through from the Nico is huge, and Kana will be taken out, though, as Owner here is once again gigantic on the Viego, and he is just corralling the team into this bottom river as the health bars are low, but the flashes are coming through from the side of T1. They really want to hunt down Deft first and foremost, as even a TP's coming in here once again, as Deft just cannot catch a break in this one. He is being zoned out forever, doesn't do any damage to Cassante, that's for sure. As down he will go, and Kellen ends the rest of the team. Another ace to the side of T1.
And it looks like T1 should be able to get the Baron, get the Infernal Soul, and end it from here on out. D+ just not able, as Canyon goes in on Faker here, but even without the flash, like, no one can follow. We have Kana backing while that is happening. That's not on Kana, and I understand, you know, D+ looking for an opportunity. Maybe he can get the pick on Faker with Deft, but you need your front line. Showmaker trying to go for some heroics, but only hit Zeus and Carrier, who could not be really bothered responding to that at all. And now Nash gone. Infernal Drake still up, but with Nash and full control of the map, hard to imagine that D+ can get their hands on this one.
Well, they're going to have to roll the dice here, I think, Chronicler. It's either you get this Infernal, or you lose to Infernal Soul and Baron push from T1. So let's see what you got, DK. Do you have anything left in the tank? You're down 10,000 gold almost. 9.5. Faker's doing a good job of poking. But yeah, you really need to get on top of Owner and Guma at the same time. It's not going to be easy. And immediately Kana's just 100-0. He is so low. Down he goes as in goes Deft. A nice little combo, but immediately he gets blown to smithereens as the Kaisa is gone. And Showmaker just does not have the damage. And the Kaisa that gets the double kill, it's Owner. He's looking for more. He's looking for Showmaker as well. Make it a triple, as he will take him down as well. This game is over, as T1 will be able to push in with the Baron buff and the Infernal Soul if they need it, as he's just walking Canyon here down into the Nexus for the 2-0 victory.
And Owner going from having a rough couple of first weeks to double-digit kills.
Jeez.
On the Viego. He's not messing around, and T1 talk about a bounce back, Valdez, after KT completely gapped them.
Yeah, They used it kind of like a trampoline, I guess. They got bounced, and then they bounced into the sky, I guess. And this is going to be a big result for T1 now. 2-0, the lead over DK in this series. And DK just not able to show up tonight. We've seen some good stuff from them. We didn't see too much of that here. They got dominated down in the bottom lane, especially early on in game number 2. As it feels like Karia's really come back into form, as has Owner, and those were a couple of pieces that were a bit missing early on. As Zeus is just inspecting his thumb.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like,
correct.
it was a middling performance. I didn't do great.
They looked at it like, okay,
it's
middle.
Middle of the pack. Not middle of the pack for this guy. Man, Viego...
he was in the middle of the pack of DK members as he assassinated them one by one.
Whoo-wee. Yeah, Karia and Owner looking both a lot better, and as a result, T1 looks a lot better. For D+, we start to really see a trend again. If Showmaker and or Canyon are not able to have the performance that we saw have them against Humble Life, then the situation quickly
that's Alistair
deteriorates. And yeah, Karia, I don't think he'll be picking up POG, particularly with how well Owner and Guma
in the beginning of the game, I would say yes.
Could have been.
The second half of the game,
it was still really good.
Yeah, no, he didn't play poorly. It's just that he was outshone by the very bright Viego in the jungle. But yeah, mostly a team performance, I would say. Like, even Zeus had a very consistent game on the Cassante, just showing exactly why that champion is busted beyond all belief here once again.
Still what he needed to. And got solo killed, obviously, in the previous game, but didn't end up mattering too much. Gumayushi having a great performance again here. And as you point out, I think the early game Karia showing that he's feeling a whole lot better. And there were some moments for D+ where it looked like they were going to turn it all around and we were going to be brought to a game number 3, but instead, so many of like our best teams going up against each other is just KT 2-0ing, D+ 2-0'd Hanwha.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of a staircase, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit of a tier.
Really does.
Because like this series as well, like I was expecting a little bit of a fight back from DK. But a lot of the fights that they were taking seemed desperate, whereas T1 were in control for most of the game, I feel. This one was, you know, DK had a nice angle, the TP comes in from Showmaker, but again, just look at the value from the Cassante, from the Alistair later on, and Owner's he's just hanging back doing oodles and boodles of damage, and nobody can touch him.
Yeah, it's right there. That's the rel counter. You just kill her, and then you are rel, and then your opponent
just
can
be
deal
rel.
with it. Oh,
yeah.
Man, T1. There were a couple of moments. The picks around mid didn't look great, but outside of that, looked like the better team in the entirety of the 2 games here today.
Yeah, a lot of these fights, you could see maybe there were some angles for DK, but Guma and Faker avoid the Pop Blossom. Owner barely able to win the fight against Kana on the Renekton, so he becomes kind of vulnerable from there. And it's all about the snowball and the disruption within the fights every single time. Nice try from DK this time, actually, but it was just a little bit too little too late. Like I said, during this fight, it's like, well, you gotta send it. Either you fight here or you lose anyway. So they sent it, it was decent, it wasn't good enough. They were too far behind.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes down to how fed Owner got, because we did see that D+ was actually able to kill Guma and take him out of the fights very early on, but because they had such a big secondary threat in Owner, they were still fine. Because I think Faker not having the greatest of days, and also the Shiv LeBlanc in particular really struggles with doing consistent damage in fights, so T1 relying on their jungler, and Owner says, no problem, guys. He did the most damage in the game as Viego.
As 10 different champions.
Ooh-wee.
Maybe 6.
Yeah, well, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, the double kill he picked up a Skyset must have been.
Yeah, that must have felt pretty good. Yeah, either way, I mean, he had 12 kills by the end of it. Hard not to focus all your attention on the Viego in a game like this. So 2-0 to T1. They declare that, okay, we're sitting very firmly in the third place spot, and maybe they'll show something better up against Gen.G or KT in the second round of LCK. Just remains to be seen, but DK, they're going to have to try to claw their way back from this one.
Oh yeah, and the pick and man phase coming up huge here. Humble Life might be feeling a little bad about not betting Ivan and Tristana.
Certainly helped out a lot, didn't it? Guys, we're going to go over to the space once again. Let's see what they had to say about this 2-0.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. And in Humble Life Esports' defense, they didn't get to see themselves play against D+ first. And T1 did. And they did their homework, and they came out on top. But in this game number 2, it looked like Draft Kingdom for D+, and it kind of all fell apart when we got actually into the game. So let's bring up the draft and have a look at it. Gentlemen, take us through how this one happened.
I mean, my biggest concerns here for T1's draft when we were looking at it were how does Guma ever actually get to play the game? Like, how does he actually get to put in poke damage? There's so many threats. You have to deal with the Nico, the follow-up with the Vi, Kaisa, the Rel engage. Yeah, you've got Alistar, but Alistar only got one headbutt, okay? He can't actually stop all of these champions from getting on top, but the skirmishes went so poorly for D+ early, and Guma got so fed, and also Faker was doing a lot of damage, he had a lot of poke to offer, that he was never really in any danger. He died twice the entire game.
I think especially because often in AP Virus you can see the Crown picked up, or even like a Zhonya's build, and he didn't go for those immediately, he went for the Riftmaker, and I think that kind of indicates like how smoothly things were going initially, and then we did get that like hectic area in the middle of the game where it kind of started going pear-shaped, but in those, you know, chaotic fights, that's where picks like the Viego really thrive. And I think particularly if you get a lot of back and forth, or you're lacking like the follow-through power in fights to finish them out, having that reset potential just makes such a difference.
And we knew that this whole game was going to revolve around, or at least in the draft phase, revolve around the Rel-Alistar sort of interaction and things like that. There was an opportunity for D+ to pick that Alistar away in theory to try and deny it or ban it away just because we saw how valuable it was into the Nico. I don't think they expected necessarily for Keria to run the early game so effectively. And I think it was played out amazingly well. And my assumption and our assumption of the Varus not necessarily working was wrong because he wasn't the carry. The carry came from the jungle. And Viego was absolutely ridiculous in this game. Let's jump into our first highlight though. In the bottom lane, things didn't necessarily start out super well here for D+. And this is kind of what happened. Keria telling Def that he's not allowed at a minion wave.
Yeah, and I mean, just using these angles with a Hex Splash, and if you can have the headbutt into the wall, then the Q follow-up, at that point your E stack, there's so little you can do. And then here as well, it's like, this is a good proactive play coming out from D+, but it just resulted in a trade of kills because Keria managed to get the CC of the target tank of the tower, and because they lose all their abilities after that, Gumayusi still picks up the wave on the back end.
Yeah, Owner was also able to take basically half of the jungle of his opposition during that. They knew the dive was going to come. They traded kill back. Now he comes down here, and this is unfortunately a really hard forced fight on the side of D+, and Showmaker will help get that one kill back, but it's not enough ultimately. And I think one of the real key parts of this that I think was maybe missed by a lot of people, D+ definitely knew about it, was the wave manipulation was so good by Guma and Keria, so Def was never able to farm safely. He ended up being like 25, almost 30 CS down in the early game as well, because they just kept the wave on top of the turret, forced that dive, still traded kill back, Canyon's getting, Owner's getting jungle camps on the other side of the map. It was just beautiful early game here from T1.
Yeah, I think a big thing is it's so hard to dive the Alistar because you can layer the headbutt and the pulverize separately to buy so much time, and because you're so tanky. So where a lot of champions, if you freeze the wave from your tower, you're risking a dive coming in. That risk isn't there, and it just felt like it was a constant uncomfortable position for D+.
Not to mention that in both of those highlights that we had, Owner was waiting right there every single time, and it felt like he was shadowing this bottom lane beautifully. Canyon kind of nowhere in sight for a lot of that, and oftentimes you see that this bottom lane is being left out to dry, but the top side is getting snowballed. You're finding options in the mid lane. There are heralds being taken. Wasn't really the case. It was a bit of a muted start for Canyon, like we have seen in some of his lesser games, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, Chronicler said this before the game started, where he was like, Canyon's either POG or it's just a really rough performance from him this season. And I think it was not a POG performance here in game 1, or game 2 rather, unfortunately. And we need to see some return to form for this guy. Showmaker also look a little bit off, you know, pop blossoming the air in the mid lane for some reason. Just
Hey, Chovy did that as well. I think that's a sign of how to play Nico. Just pop blossom in the mid lane. But no, you're exactly right. It didn't quite work out. And we do have another highlight here just to show some dominance of T1. This was when they were already pretty far ahead, but the last real shot for D+ to find a team fight.
Yeah, and it gets really scrappy in this tight corridor. I think one big factor is that Deft is so late to show up to this, but also the Viego. That initial kill comes in, the resets start coming through. A great job there from Carrier to keep Deft away, and then when he dives in, the whole team looks to focus him down. The Kai'Sa needs to be the one providing that sustained damage, but because they shut her out and the Viego is doing so much work, it just ends up being a sweep for T1 despite what looked like a good start for T+.
Yeah, you really just need to make sure you actually secure that initial kill. Then if you end up taking out Guma faster there, you can kind of snowball it, buy time for Deft to get there, but his stopwatch bought so much time, and it's kind of an engage-based and ultimate-based composition here. And Kai'Sa, even if she does live longer there, she's not the same kind of AD carry that you can offer back like a sustained fight where you can actually be the Aphelios, for example, that cleans up the fight in 1v4s. It's not going to happen in this case, and it was just everyone seemed to be on different pages. They knew they wanted to engage, but the timing of it just never worked out. And I feel like D+ Kia are way better than what we saw from them in this game. It's just not coming together tonight. It's not coming together these last few weeks.
I feel like a big thing for D+ is like we see them play at such a high level. Canyon is, I feel like we talked about him being inconsistent. The team kind of seems to follow this where like they can have a really good game, we're like, oh, they're back. And then they have another game, like, who are this team? Yeah. And it feels like, you know, even within the series, this same inconsistency can happen, but it's like, we know the levels there, we know what this team can do, we know what these players can do, but it's just carrying it through a full series seems like such a block for them right now.
Yeah, there does seem to definitely be a bit of a mental block here for D+ Kia. But let's focus on T1 and who we're going to give the POG to. Never mind, it's Ona. We're going to give the POG to Ona because it's pretty obvious. Wow. 12, 2, and 8. This guy is back, looking absolutely amazing on the Viego today.
I'm shocked that he got the POG in this one. Obviously not. I mean, I think early game, Carrier was obviously a big factor in this, but when it came to these skirmishes, it feels like he was piloting the Viego so well, was doing so much work consistently with all these possesses. And also, I think it's just really good to see because Ona has had a very rough split. I think a lot of people before today would have said he's the biggest underperformer on T1, and this was definitely a day of redemption for him.
It was absolutely a big turnaround, and the Viego has always been a comfortable pick for him, historically speaking, and I think he really showcased once again that in these skirmishing fights, like he can play a wide versatility, or wide variety. His versatility on a wide range of champions is there, and he did so much damage. He was 834, I believe, DPM at the end of the game, which is pretty absurd, but he was playing all of D+ Kia's champs. And one mid-vote media. Do better.
Faker absorbed a lot of pressure this game. And
he got demolished damage done. The demolish,
maybe they saw Ona switching between all these champs. They're like, oh, Faker plays a lot of champs. That must be Faker.
No, but like, there is some like crazy copium that you can go on to explain the Faker vote, right? And it is because in the end, ultimately, we saw almost every ult that was successful out of Canyon be used on Faker. They sacrificed Faker a lot of times, and then their Nexus exploded.
I thought you were just going to say, well, he's the GOAT, so I don't know. Like, media was like, that's Faker right there. Like, he's in this game.
I mean, that might be closer to the truth. But now it is time to head over to the stage because there is an interview. Jason, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jusa for the POG interview translation. Today we are here joined by owner Carrier on the side of T1. Congratulations on the win. Today's series was so important in terms of the determination of the top side of the LCK. And Carrier, you got your first POG of the season. How do you feel? Yeah, we thought today is a very decisive day for us. I'm glad that we won today, and also I'm so happy that I won POG. Yeah, we had to win this in order to stay on top of the LCK. So I'm glad that we were able to get a clean 2-0 win. Owner, yeah, just like you mentioned, it was a clean 2-0. What did T1 focus on after that KT series? Well, you know, minor mistakes that happened in that series, and also we wanted to go all the way back to our game plan, you know, early game setups and other stuff. So we focus on that as well. And myself is just trying hard to improve my performance. Keria, T1 did not hesitate to lock in Samira Rel combo. Tell me about that drafting. Yeah, that was something we prepared, you know, for this patch, and we were able to lock it in the second phase of the pick and ban. And that Rel was the key to T1's team fight in game 1. So let's take a look at this replay. Do you remember this moment? You were able to just dive onto the enemies when actually Kenan was also waiting in the brush. You have to be really decisive and proactive when you play a certain champions like Rel, you know. If you hesitate, you lose that angle and small opening. So as soon as I saw that angle, I just went in. Well, Keria, in fact, your Rel did not have, you know, best win rate in the LCK, but today you proved that you are also capable of playing Rel at a best level. Were you confident that you're going to win POG in that game? Yeah, after game number 1, I was so confident I'm going to be the POG, and for game 2 as well. Before I got fooled by Nico acting like Kaisa, I was pretty confident of my performance, but with that, you know, mistake, I guess I lost my POG. Yeah, I was pretty happy about the POG vote as well, because all the bottom duo won the votes anyways. Just like the first game, T1 decided to lock in bottom champions in the second phase. Was that something you guys prepared in terms of, you know, T1's tactic? Yeah, I mean, you know, we have several of the coaches on the side of T1, and they're all just working so hard to bring the best draft possible, and I think Owner can add on to this. Yeah, I mean, they are working so hard and investing all of their time, but sorry, what was the question again? T1 locked in the bottom lane champions very late. You know, it was back-to-back second phase lock-in. Why was that? So we thought that securing picks for the top side of the map in the first phase would be very effective, and also our bottom duo was pretty confident, you know, waiting until the latter phase of the draft. And then Owner, in game 2, you were able to find a perfect counter-engage angle where you were able to draw so many attention in a very narrow spot. Varus almost got picked and he got eliminated very early. I was a little bit flustered, you know, but I was pretty sure about this team fight because not only Varus but also the entire players were pretty fed at that point. So even though our Varus got picked early, we were able to win out that team fight. That was T1's ace around Baron. Owner, you played Viego back-to-back today, and a lot of people are complimenting about your current form. Viego is not an easy champion to execute, so is there any tip about playing Viego? Looking at the jungle tier list, I think Viego is one of the best picks right now. I have played Viego a lot in the past as well. And yeah, I guess that is why I'm having a decent outcome on Viego. A clean 2-0 today, and your next opponent is Nongsin Red Force. What is your determination for T1's winning streak? Right now, well, so far, our performance is a little bit disappointing compared to past seasons. So we are working so hard to, you know, bring our form to the best level, and I hope we can continue showcasing the best performance possible. Yeah, like my main focus right now is kind of improving our performance until the playoffs, and I hope we can get another win win in that Nongshim series in order to start off a winning streak. And this will be the end of the interview from owner Keria, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the exceptional translation as per usual. And gentlemen, going over all of those highlights, I couldn't help but notice Faker played a really good game of League of Legends. We should probably not be as mean to me.
Demolish.
Yeah, you Demolish.
Wasn't in the highlights.
Demolish a lot of towers. It's the stuff that you can't see in those highlight clips that really define the game.
When he died, they got a lot of objectives on the other side of the map.
There you go. There you go. And also, just to follow up from owner's answer, we asked, does he have any tips on how to play Viego properly? We have an answer from Orcs here. Can you take us through how to play Viego better?
Play ARAM. You play ARAM, you gotta play every champion. You get better at every champion. Then when you play Viego, you know how to play them all, right? That is the solution to be a better League of Legends player.
I'm going to take that to the bank. We're going to play some ARAMs later tonight. Let's have a look at the standings and see what this has done for everything. T1 moving into third place. KT still holding on to second, given the fact that they have that added victory. Still, it's a pretty solid third for T1 right now.
There's like a clear top tier right now, which is Genji and KT. Then the second tier is T1, Hanwha, and D+. And then there's kind of like everybody else that goes under that. So, you know.
Yeah, I feel like there's 2-2-1 everyone else. Or maybe 2-2-2 everyone else.
I just love how D+ beat Hanwha and we're like, okay, they're back. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
It's like they can't hold that for a week. Like
T1, I mean, they're on the edge of breaking into that top tier with KT and Gen, but I still think they won 2-0 today, but I still put them like at the top of that second bracket. But hey, I mean, 5-2, it's a pretty respectable scoreline, right? A lot of people are down on T1 because they're not having the same dominant season they've had for like the last 4 seasons, but they still look really good.
They definitely do. 2 teams that don't look all so good right now is Bro and DRX, but one of them has to get a victory. Actually massive for deciding who is going to be at the very bottom of our standings. Both of these teams looking for that bounce back. We'll see which one's going to be able to do so. We saw OK Savings Bank Brion very narrowly lose to Genji yesterday. It was absolutely heartbreaking. Can they get a victory against a DRX that are looking to try and turn their fortunes around? That's going to be our Saturday showdown tomorrow. But for today, we're done. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK and that Saturday showdown.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange
오케이 전투군의 프리어디
이 엄사령관의 통제 아래 코람대 선수라든가 다들 활약을 잘했다 보니까
꺾이지 않는 DRX 전승 신고합니다.
선수들의 미소나 이런 웃음을 얼마 만에 보는지 기억이 안 날 정도예요. 여름의 서막이 드디어 열립니다. 오케이
우리 되네 회잖아.